I'll give it a minute to be on. Okay. I should open up Discord. There we go. And push out my updates while I wait for people to slowly file into the stream. Oh, you know what? I have... never mind. Oh. Let me blank the screen for a second. Just a hot second there. Alright. And while I wait for people to come in on the stream, let me go ahead and make some quick announcements. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. Just a little bit of dead air while I tell everyone to go join me on the stream. Let's see. Got my Facebook, got my Twitter, got my Discord. Oh, I got special hashtags for everyone. There we go. Can't get on Twitter without them hashtags. Like how I have a time on my announcement say tonight 8 p.m. Eastern. And 8 p.m. Eastern was 2 minutes ago. Oh well. So let's go ahead and get back into the documentation for Joe Engine just in case I need it for tonight. Oh, of course, Joe. No wait. That was bad URL. I can't tell if that one person is me or not, but guess I'll say hello to myself. Alright, what are we doing tonight? What are we doing tonight? I think the first thing we're doing tonight is making these objects actual objects that can react to physics in the environment. So let's make gravity and have things fall. Slowly at first so things don't get weird. Let's see, target. Hmm. 0.8. Go. Position minus height. You know what? That's probably a reason why things are weird. Let me get rid of that, because anytime I put down an object... What did 3D matrices do to you, Ponut? Why are you upset at them? I feel like hate's a strong word for a useful mathematical object. Alright. You know what the stream could use? It could use me getting my freaking Saturn controller hooked up to my PC. I was playing an emulated version of Shining the Holy Ark? Something like that, whatever. Anyways, it was on my laptop. Let me go grab it for a minute. And back. Okay, I'm trying to think about what you're doing here. Are you doing three-dimensional rotation matrices? Is that your problem? Okay. Yeah, here the thing is, I'm not entirely certain that we're working in a right-handed system. So one of the things I've been thinking about whenever I think about this problem is the fact that, for some reason, Y, I think Y is reversed. Y is negative when I think it goes up, which screws me up. So, wait, it isn't, okay, it isn't a left-handed system problem. I'm assuming you're using the right rotation matrices, though. So there's a three-dimensional version of the rotation matrices. So, like, okay, just for everyone on the stream who, I mean, I assume Ponent knows this, but most people might not. We've covered this once on the stream before. I did the two-dimensional version, and I can kind of talk through how to build a two-dimensional version just without having to look one up. But a three-dimensional version, what he's dealing with is one of these three basics. Okay, there we go. Let me scroll down. These guys. Unless he's using Euler angles. Like these general rotations, in which case they change up a little bit. In the way that you use them, not in their form. Yeah, so you can be in like spherical coordinates with two angles, which can completely define a sphere. Or you can be on these like gimbaled three-axis things, but then you can get gimbal lock, where rotations along one kind of don't let you move along the other. Parametrics? What do you mean by parametrics? You mean quadratics? Like a quadratic equation, like a second-order polynomial? Algebra. Okay. I'm assuming what I said was accurate for what you're doing. I highly recommend that you stick with linear algebra when you're dealing with these guys, because it keeps the dimensions where they're supposed to be. Oh my goodness. I got people bugging me on Facebook. I should turn off my notifications on my phone every time I start the stream. Oh, crap. Had nothing even to do with the stream. That's sad. But yeah. So, if anyone hasn't seen this, Ponent64 has a channel on YouTube called Smoky Dops. Let me just pull up his video real quick. Ponent, please don't copyright claim me. Did I say Smoky Dops wrong? Is it Smoky Dopes? But he's got this really, really pretty advanced setup that I'm really jealous of right now. Where his little pony can... Well, okay, there's a load time involved here. But his little pony can get spawned onto a plane, and then that plane can be deformed with a mesh into an environment. And then obviously textured. So there it is. There's the texture. Oh, I'm in your description. Hey, I'm a channel friend. Neat. I really hope I remember to put you on my recommended channels, because otherwise I'd be kind of a dick move. But yeah, he's got his little pony moving around, and eventually I have to get up to that point. He's apparently got more time than me to work on this kind of stuff, so he's way ahead of me. But I'll probably end up stealing most of his code later anyway. I see what you're talking about, where the change in angle seems to be rotating your pony in ways that it shouldn't. Yeah. So, preparing for future problems, let's go ahead and let's spend a little time talking about this. Obviously, you've got this kind of like relative rotation in terms of when you're on top of a surface, your feet are flat on that surface. So your normal is being rotated to be the same as the normal of the plane, which is probably a pretty simple calculation now that I think about it. If you just have like... If you have a normal defined for a character, you can just make it the same as the normal for the plane. You can just grab the plane that you're making contact with, assuming you can only contact one plane at a time. Wow. Okay, that made me a little bit dizzy. But as far as when you're trying to rotate along that plane, what I think you have to do is you have to apply a rotation around the rotation matrix to the new coordinate system that you're on. When you're on an angled plane, you're no longer on the flat coordinate system where X, Y, and Z are X, Y, and Z. Your new X, Y, and Z... Okay, I'll go ahead and close this out. Your new X, Y, and Z... Yeah. So like when you're on a flat plane, your normal is just the y, a y vector, the unit 1 y vector. When you're on an angle, I think that's when your problem is probably going to be coming up. Is that you need to transform your rotation matrix. Actually, I should not have closed that out because that rotation matrix was in the history there. Let me. Rotation transformation. So I can pull up a little linear algebra thing that you have to do in order to express an operator into a new basis. So when you're on an angled plane, you're on a different basis, and you need to wrap whatever operator you're doing in that new basis in order for it to work properly. And if I can find it... For all of Sonic Heroes' faults, oh, there we go. The visual matrix. What's the visual matrix? I don't understand. Let me pull this over here while I try to look stuff up. What is the visual matrix that you're talking about? Are you talking 3D models matrix? So, the 3D models, I assume you're using XL2 standards for importing, so you're using some version of ZStream tools, even if it's not my version, or the one I'm using it. Okay, so you have a bounding box, so that's good. That means you're able to make collisions on a basic level. Which means I assume that on some level you're going to be doing some sort of AABB collision, which I will put on screen as well. There we go. This is something that we're going to get to on the channel. Hopefully, well, this month is over, so next month is also going to be Collisions month. So here's a nice little visual of how this bounding box model works. He's just wrapping his object around in a box. And that box will define his collision. Oh, it's OBB. My bad. This is what I plan on implementing. What's OBB? Orienting bounding box. So it's. I need something with like a visual so I can first of all understand it and then explain it. So it's a bounding box that is... Oh, okay, wait. Okay, I'll... They're always aligned with the surface. That's good. Okay, so that's working. That makes sense. I really wish this guy had a good visual. Someone needs a good visual on OBB collision. Okay, well I'll look it up later, or I'll draw something if I can't find something. Yeah, well, but I mean it's a good thing to talk about. Like half of the purpose of this channel is kind of like educational content. It's like I'm logging what I'm doing for my game, but also if anyone has like a specific problem, I can go back and say, hey, I remember when I was dealing with that. Go look at the stream here where I work it through. So this is the month of collisions. I want to talk about collisions if it comes up. Oh, okay, there we go. Separate axis theorem. I remember talking about that too. So we can find a good 2D explanation of that. So the separate axis theorem, if I'm not certain about it, I have to read through a little bit more, but essentially you find a method of drawing these intersecting lines somewhere in a fashion such that if you could find one where the lines do not intersect, then let's say the lines are parallel. If you can find a way of doing that one time, then that means they're not the two objects are not intersecting. But you kind of have to run through all these different combinations of axes. So I'm assuming it gets a little bit computationally intensive when you have a very complex shape, especially in 3D. Because in 3D, these aren't lines, these are planes. But yeah. As far as your little pony rotating in a crazy fashion, yeah, okay. So yeah, yeah, that's a good short explanation for it. So this is a visual of it where no matter what you do, these projections onto these other axes, defined by the I'm assuming the normals of the other lines. So this is the normal of, well, not the normal, the trying to think what would you refer to this as? So this is the right angled axis, I guess. So when you draw this line, you draw a right angle to it. You project the box down onto it, then you project the other box, and you have to do that basically at every angle. So for something with 3 lines, you have to draw 3 different axes and project the other object onto all 3 of those axes and see if any of these lines, this pink line and blue line, intersect here and here and here and here and here. There's no place where they don't intersect. That means they're colliding. And that's separate axis theorem. Right. Anyways, to solve your specific problem, obviously, you'd probably have to end up looking at your code to see if you're missing anything obvious. What I was trying to look up is transforming a linear function. There we go. Or a linear operator. So let's see. I'm trying to find, well, basis transformation. That's what we want. Linear operator basis transformation. Where is it? Where is it? We just need the simple R inverse kind of deal. Okay, essentially this is the line, but it's not pretty here. Because it's overcomplicated for what I'm talking about. So, essentially, what you do is you kind of have to transform your matrix. So you have a rotation matrix, but you're on a different normal. You're not on... your normal is no longer along Y, it's along something else. So you have to rotate whatever transformation you're doing along to match that new basis with the rotation matrix, and then apply whatever operator you're applying, and then rotate it back to apply it. And that's what this line over here is saying. It's a little bit complicated to explain off of Wikipedia. This is a better way of showing it. This line up here, this change of bases. So these P's are like rotation matrix. G is whatever thing you're trying to do, assuming that you're in the basis of what you're trying to do, and you have to transform the basis to what it is in reality to apply it. This is what I assume your problem is, Ponut, is that you're trying to perform some sort of transformation. The points inside of your model are probably stored in some regular format that we're just going to call G, but they're being operated on in the format of G prime. So you have to transform whatever you're doing to those objects into the prime frame of reference before you actually apply that operator. Anyway, we're a little bit far afield of where we're going. So let's get back to what I was going to do earlier, which is basic stuff. Just apply physics. So, do these game. First off, do these game objects. First off, let me get. Oh, come on. Let me get back into the emulator and just see if my code is working properly. How do I place an object? See? Oh, there we go. Okay. That's still high. What's up with that? Okay, so my target is basically 3 units above where I want it to be. And also, I definitely need to have the target further out. So if I place an object this way. Oh, no, the target is exactly where it needs to be. I'm not where I need to be. I need the target to be further back. So if I press this button, I'm at -4, 5. Okay, I need to push the target back at least another 2 or 3. Let me just push the target back 3 for my target reach distance. Okay. So let's give myself a little bit more sensitivity on the target. Target distance, 0.5 is nowhere near far enough. Let's just try target distance of 5. Yeah, I like that. Oh my god, Sigwin is just acting up. Yeah, so that's what I figured that the problem was, but if you know about it, then it might not be actually that problem. So, like I said, this problem would require being able to look at the code, and right now, I'm just focused on trying to just catching up to where you're at. You're already way ahead of me, so right now what we want to do is I want to make sure that this box is able to fall. So I'm going to do that by... first off, limiting my travel. I'm not going to allow myself to go... What really bothers me is that going up is negative. That's super weird to me. So I have to, like, reverse all negative directions in my head now. See, like, this makes sense to me. Left is negative, right is positive on the X. And then forward is positive, backward is negative on the Z. But up is negative and down is positive on Y. That throws me off. Is this system even right-handed? So if I positive right is to my right, and then positive Y is down. There we go. Okay, and that puts positive Z forward. So yeah, this is a right-handed system. I'm just not used to looking at it from this perspective. Whatever. I'll just have to keep that in mind. So, up is negative, so that means I don't want to have a Y coordinate that is positive. So, let's limit my travel. First, what goes down? Z goes down? C goes down. C goes down. Add relative position. There we go. Relative position. There we go. Alright. Let's... Floor is 0. So if position Y is less than 0, no, greater than 0, position Y should equal 0. Do I have a velocity? No, I don't. So everything's controlled directly by a controller, so there's no sliding or anything. So that's nice. So now my player can no longer go below 0. Now I want my game objects to have a similar function. So game objects have what? Velocity, rotation. Let me apply a force. I'll leave that for a little bit later. So applies a force on object, which means we need to add 2 things to objects. We need to add... Oh no, we just need to add 1 thing. So void function is called just apply force. What are the arguments? The arguments are going to be the object that we are doing this to. So ID. We're to give it a force vector. So how do we declare that? Int force. No, not int. It's going to be a fixed. Force XYZ. We do need to add a mass for game objects in order for them, if we're going to treat this like physics. Well, then gravity becomes more complicated. Maybe I should just make it an acceleration. And acceleration on an object. Excel. Apply Excel. Don't sue me, Microsoft. Not a fan of this song. Is this PSU again? PSO episode 3. Huh. Well, someone had screwed up. Okay, so we have an acceleration, we have an object ID. We need a delta t. So that's going to be fixed dt. Actually, if we are importing the timer, are we importing the timer? Yeah, okay, if we're importing the timer, let's do that. There we go. Just import the timer here and here. There we go. Input is not being included on the main, is it? Let's do that just in case. So timer should have a time minus old time. That should be our DT. Let's just calculate a DT ahead of time and just let everyone use that. Okay, so we no longer need this function because we have the fully operational timer now that we're confident in. Time is new time. Old time is equal to time. Time is equal to new time. And dt is equal to time minus old time. And now, every time we update time, we'll have a dt that we can use. That's nice. That's there, which means what? We can take our game object. There we go. So all we need is the object ID and the acceleration we're going to apply to it. Acceleration in gravity is going to be in the positive y direction, so I'll just do 0, g, 0, and g is just going to be like 9.8. Only right now I'm just going to make it like 0.1 just to see something slowly flow downward. Okay. Objects have velocities. Do they not? Do they? Do they not? Yes, they do. That's great. Let's do that. How do I call such an... Okay, there we go. Beautiful. So this is going to be change velocities. And instead of destination, we're just going to have an ID. Close the bracket up. Do I have an insert? Did I press insert? I pressed insert. There we go. Is equal to whatever it currently is, plus dt times the acceleration along that direction. Really like this this vectorized version of the fixed. I'm glad Sega made it. Makes my life easier. Pretty sure it's going to make linear algebra easier later on, because I think there's native linear algebra matrix multiplication tools. Oh crap, Shane, I totally forgot. Like, yeah, I've been streaming a few times. This is stream number 9, actually. Sorry, Shane. Yeah, so I've been doing like the regular announcements. I'm kind of lazy about taking care of the channel. Like, I just did the Git update for the previous stream, so I have to update the description for the previous stream with the new Git tag. And then this guy, I'll try to do it on time this time. Have it uploaded by tomorrow morning. But yeah, right now I'm doing Gravity, and then later... Well, not later, like later tonight. And all the single viewer, yeah. Oh, it was 3 and now it's 2. I think Ponut left. Oh, that's right. You do have social media influence. You're an influencer. You're an important person, and people like you and respect you. At least a few people. VIP. There we go. Let's see. We need to change the velocities. What else do we need to do? Ponut, you're back. Which means I lost another invisible viewer. There's 2 viewers. I thought I counted as a viewer. I'm not, apparently. So we had 3 at some point, and there was one invisible guy that just never talks. That makes me sad. I mean, I like the Twitch bot. Seriously? Come on. If the Twitch bots are gonna up my view count, I still accept them. Let's see. So we changed velocities. That makes sense. And then we return. Now that we've applied acceleration, we should do a iterate position. So changes object position. Well, I mean, in terms of interacting with viewers, yes, you're right, but also good channel stats means eventually, maybe one day, some idiot is going to give me their Amazon Prime subscription fees, and I can make like $5 a month or something. Also, I desperately need YouTube subscribers, because once I hit 100, I can finally get a real channel name and not that Welsh garbage. $3 a month. There we go. I could buy a coffee one time a month. 1 stream per month. That's not very expensive at all. Yeah, dang it. You probably beat me to there with the latency on the chat. So we're going to update all object positions based on velocities. So we need to update the velocities first, and then when we do that, we're going to update object positions, and that's just going to be the objects moving across the screen. And then every frame we do that, and then we're happy. Up until they hit the ground. If they hit the ground, they're done. So I'm going to make a hard-coded ground stop. Okay, so void update object position. Seriously, come on. No arguments there. This is going to happen automatically. So for crap. The thing is, when I go to work, I do MATLAB, and things work slightly different, so I always have to remember how C works whenever I come home. Because I'm a freaking scientist, and it gets in the way of me doing game stuff. How do I do a for loop in C? Crap. Okay, let's go back to basics. C for loop. Okay, maybe it would help if I typed a bit. C for loop. Integer. Okay, you can declare, make it equal to something, iterate it until it's something else, and then iterate. Okay, so it's exactly how I expected. Good. Okay. So for int I is equal to 0, and let's just call I an ID just to be clear about what we're doing. I less than num objects, right? Do we have a num objects? Is that what I called it? That is what I called it. Let's increase the limit there. We made 200. Okay. There we are. ID, it's ID, not I, plus plus, which means this guy is ID. Thank you, Ponut. I don't understand how I forgot how to function it. In MATLAB, you can literally do for variable equals an array, and that variable will take a value out of every element in that array and just work with it. And it's beautiful for math, but it's also kind of stupid programmatically, but whatever. MATLAB is super flexible. It's more flexible than Python. It's like almost idiot-proof. So it instills bad practices in me when I go to work and use it to get things done on time. Because then I come back here and need to do things proper because C is unforgiving. Okay. We're going to do something similar to this. Yep. Only, actually, let me get rid of these lines because I'm going to have to update it anyway. So we have, oh, let me just go check the header file. The header file has what I need. We have an object position. We have a DT that we're taking from, oh, I already see the first problem I'm going to run into. The DT, oh, let me copy this over first. The DT needs to be an external value. So let me make sure that that's what it is. I think I need to declare it like so. I could be wrong. Actually, I don't think I need to do that because when I print out the time, let me check. I know I have a printing the time function in here somewhere. There we go. Time. Where's time come from? Time comes from timer. Neat. Okay. So if I get time that way, I can get DT. I'm not worried. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, position. So I've assured myself that I can grab DT like this and just call it, and it'll come from time and run over here and be my friend. I'm going to add velocities to positions kinematically. So this is everyone from your high school level physics. You should remember this. I'm also a tutor, and I tutor online. So you hit me up on Skype if you don't know this, and you can pay me money to learn it, or just stick around and learn it here for free. Okay, what else are we doing? Just doing a return statement. Is that enough? This looks like you know. Update object position. Alright. So we are drawing the object at object position. Does that make sense? Yeah, that makes sense because ZTeorem Tools already deals with position, so I don't have to make any special considerations here. We want the return statement to be outside the for loop or it's going to break. Yeah, I saw that. It's not a good thing to have. We also need a hard stop. hard stop on floor. We don't want them to fall out to infinity. So, I think I already had something similar to this earlier. Did I? I did on the inputs. There we go. There. It's like this. Oh, there we go. Object.id, position. I like how consistent the notation is now, so I can just say things and have them be true. Alright. I'm okay with that. So, what I need to do is... in the main game loop. Main loop, okay. Let's define a fixed gravity is equal to... Okay, Ponut, you can actually really help me out here. When I declare a fixed, can I just do like a 2 fixed for like 3 different things, like 0.0 and then 0.1 and then 0.0? Let's make it 0.5. Is this valid? Is this a valid declaration for fixed? Okay, I'm pretty sure I still have to do 2 fixed for these guys. Yeah, there we go. We're on the same wavelength here, Ponut. Glad to have you on the stream. That's what I figured. Okay, so this feels right. Handle inputs. Print orientation data, draw object. Oh, before we draw the objects, apply physics on objects. So, things I did 2 different things here. So, I'm going to first off, game object. I need to put all this. I need to pre-declare these guys in my header file. What else we got? The object position. And I should probably do apply Excel all. So I can just loop through this. To all objects. That's literally just going to be calling this function up here for everyone. Using this exact same for loop. How convenient. Beautiful. Okay. Love it when a plan comes together. Okay, and that goes right underneath apply Excel. This guy goes here. And we're going to call this guy gravity. And then update everyone's positions. Sonic Adventure had a really diverse soundtrack. Like you don't hear this and think of you know, Hedgehog Butt Rock like you do with Crush 40. Oh, okay. I probably should have paid attention to that. So up here, should this be vector? How do you raid with a part? What does that mean, raid? Explain raid, please. In the meantime, Ponut, I'm pretty sure this is right? It'll probably tell me if it's wrong, but it's somehow wrong. Let me see. Type object. Game object line 18 on C? It's way the heck up here. How did I break that? That should not have been broken. Dag nubbit. Dang nabbit. What did we break? Game object.h43. Oh. That probably propagated a bit. Okay, that looks like a Sigwin error, so I'm okay with that. Oh, come on. Hey, I'm fine with both. Like, Ponet's help is invaluable, but also I could use a little bit more BS on the channel because there's 2 people on right now. Participation in chat is never frowned upon unless it's adventure spoilers or blatant racism. Apply Excel all. Lines 143 and 147. Let's find out what's going on there. I probably freaking broke something. 43 and 47. This should be a vector, as pointed out by Ponet earlier. Which means this should also be a vector, which means this should also be a vector, which means... Okay, we're going to limit microaggressions to jokes about white people and Asians, just so I don't get banned, because apparently those are still allowed. Rednecks count too. Okay, so you say that and I believe you, but I feel like if I just did it like this, it would... Wah! How did I break it? Conflicting types 133 and 52. So 52 has apply acceleration, void excel. Okay. Let's go back to have it being fixed. Is it fixed XYZ? Is that what I want to do? No. Okay. See, that's what I thought I did the first time, and apparently that didn't work either. But let's go back. Sometimes you got to go back to go forward in a Lincoln. Why is this being declared? That shouldn't even be there. This part shouldn't be there. None of this should be there. Nobody wants you here, Gretchen. You can't sit with us. Okay. 143 and 147. Unused parameter, Excel, syntax error before int. Syntax error? What do you mean syntax error? Don't give me that crap. I'm looking at you right now. Oh. That shouldn't be there. This needs to be here, though. That definitely needs to be there. That didn't. What do I get for being lazy with my declarations? Okay. Hey, old time undeclared. First use in this function. What the heck are you on about? What did I... Oh, no underscore. Okay. Anything else? Why do I have 2 of these open? Okay. Undeclared. Okay, so it was just that. I think we're done. Yes, 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 yes. Alrighty then. Okay. So, am I allowed to go up? Yes. Can I go down? No. That's fantastic. Okay. Let's place a box. Oh wow, he fell super fast, and he's blinking. I don't like the blinking. This is actually bothering me. Let's look at the backside for a minute. It's a little bit easier on the eyes. Why are you blinking? It's like freaking Christmas lights. I can't think of a reason why it needs to be blinking. We're updating its position every frame, but we're waiting until it's updated to display. Why is it blinking? Oh, you know what? You make an excellent point. You make an excellent point. When it hits the ground, the acceleration, the velocity needs to be 0. Really. So the collision should stop velocity, or transfer momentum to something. I don't know what. Where are we? There we are. Ah, crap. Yep. Velocity is equal to 0. My fixes are in units of seconds, so everything's in SI, so that's good. So that means when I have my gravity can be lower than what it is right now, which is apparently 0.5 is a bit much. Let's try 0.1. Seriously? What did I do wrong this time? Velocity, okay. What I did wrong was type. Shouldn't have typed. Oh, okay. We need to switch over to menu view. There we are. I wanted these things to go absurdly slow so I could just verify that things are falling in a way that makes sense to me. Ah, that's still terrible. Wait a minute. Why are things rotated? Oh, I really don't like what's going on here. I'm super disoriented. What is this? Phone enlighten me. I don't know what's going on. I wanted these things to fall very, very slowly. Like, comically slow. There. So, my physics should be basically right. I hit the floor, position and velocity go to 0. I mean, I can do a hard check over here and say if the position is 0 or less than 0, then don't even do anything. And that would be like one way of doing it. If there we go. This is greater than 0, then you can do this, and if not, it won't. It's an ugly check, but it'll do it. Visual matrix is inverted. Okay, that's a problem I wasn't prepared to deal with. No. What we want is we don't want that there. We want this. Where? Ah. Remove Y acceleration. There we go. If on floor. Wow, okay, I don't need to yell at the compiler. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Okay, Excel y equals 0. So, actually, no, if it's greater than or equal to 0. So if it's on 0 or if it's positive, we force the acceleration to be 0 so nothing changes. And then 0 plus something times 0 should still be 0. Here's the thing. Does fixed have a true 0? That might be a problem. If fixed doesn't have a true 0, I still have like a non-zero thing going on there. Okay. So that's not it. Because I know for floats, things can get weird. Okay, let's see. I'm forcing this to be 0. I'm forcing these guys to be 0. Whenever I'm about to hit the floor, everything should just be 0. Greater than or equal to 0. There we go. So that should do it. I mean, I can't do anything about the visuals yet, but let's just look to see if these guys will stop freaking blinking like Christmas lights. Okay, blinking stopped. That's nice. Are you falling? I honestly can't tell if this thing's falling. Maybe the gravity is a little too weak. Okay, I'm super disoriented. I'm going forward and back, and these things are like moving around me in a way that doesn't feel natural. That didn't happen before. Keep in mind, the only thing I'm doing right now is going forward, and now I'm just going backward, and this guy is like moving left and right on the screen. That doesn't make any sense. Why is he... You guys see that? He's like moving through other guys. That doesn't make any freaking sense. It shouldn't. It should reset. See, like this guy. If I rotate over here and I place a new one... Oh my goodness. Huh. But if I go over here... That's right. If I go over here... Weird stuff. And if I... Oh! Me... Well, no. I can't explain why things are moving in a way that doesn't make sense, because this is all very disorienting. But... Okay, let's go back into the object placement code and see if anything weird is going on. Also, let me just crank up gravity just a touch, just so I can see what's going on. So maybe 05. That's probably plenty. Also, let me just go into the game object logic and make sure, just double check. If it's negative, acceleration is still going through. And yeah, okay. Yeah, if it's negative, it's still going through. Okay, that makes sense to me. Game object. Objects can have what? They can have positions, velocities, rotations, rotational speeds, and a scale. Here's the position is a point. It's a point value. So, let me see. When I create the object, create object. There we go. I really should change this over to a vector. That should be a vector. And let's go ahead and try to fix that now and see if I can. When I fix this, it will kind of magically figure out what's going on here. Ceiling and the floor are visual effects that, actually, I still am not entirely certain. I'm sure if I just spent a little bit of time going through Joe Engine, I could figure out a way of doing it through Joe Engine. What I really need to do is I need to create a level in Blender. So I need to spend some time actually making a level in Blender and just pop it on the screen. And that's probably going to involve me making some sort of map format. See, Pona, I'm not entirely certain why it shouldn't work that way. Why can't I just enforce the rotation on the parent? Okay, maybe I'll get lucky today. I don't know. RZ. Let me just call this rotation XYZ. Rot X. Why do I keep doing that? Z and Y. Come on. Z. Stop that. Y. Z. Am I not doing that? I'm not doing that. I should do that. So the object should have angle type. All right. And that might actually fix some things. So let's take this guy. Let's create object declaration. There we go. I'll probably fix things. And then closest object. I don't need that yet. That can. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to get basic physics to work. So I want to see a block drop on screen and hit the floor in real time. Yeah. Is this phys arcs as in like the physics arc? Like this is like a manga or something, and like the villain is display issues? Is this a JoJo's reference? Is that where we're at right now? Okay, so we have angle theta, rotational speed, no, that should still be fixed. I'd like that fixed. So rotation is also an angle. I'm okay with that. How do we display things? Do we have a display function? Create, clone, destroy, closest is colliding, apply acceleration, update object position. Okay. Where is my display function? Gamepad. My draw. Where is my draw? Oh, there we are. Push matrix. Draw location. Theta y minus theta y. That follows. Position. Minus position. Position minus position. Okay, all this follows. Well, I mean, yeah, that part's obvious. Display the model. This is a Z-Stream Tools thing. I don't need this line anymore. No, what I'm doing is I have a parent object. So I have one test cube in memory. And every object that I pop into existence reference that test cube. And when I display the model, I'm displaying that test cube, but I have rotated my own vision. I've rotated my camera to the to whatever it needs to be in order to display the model. And then I pop it back. So, So I start by, okay. So pushing the matrix basically gets me ready to start drawing. And then I do the Y rotation, so wherever my camera's pointed with my L and R triggers, that's my theta Y, and then the object rotation kind of subtracts from that. So if the object has a rotation, then yeah. Translate puts it into a position. So this stuff was working before, and I kind of trust it to work. Maybe my inputs are placing them in weird positions. So let me see my starting position. Let me just put myself at 0, 0. Why not? Okay, target distance. This should be also 0, 0 and 5.0 for now. So when I place, okay, so inputs. When I press A, I make a thing. Oh, apparently when I press X, I change the frame rate. That's interesting. Create object. Target. And then theta. Actually, this should probably be, theta should probably be minus theta now that I think about it. Because if I'm rotating a certain way, if I rotate 90 degrees to my right, that means when I make the object has to rotate 90 degrees to its left. So what I need to do is I need to reverse the theta. On the Y, specifically on the Y. So I'm going to make an angle, draw theta. X, Y, Z is equal to theta X. Keep drawing the wrong thing. Minus theta Y. And then theta Z. At the very least, the object should be facing the way I kind of think it should be facing. Also, I sincerely hope that the theta that I've defined is still... Yeah, there we go. It's an angle. Deg to angle. Okay, yep. Okay, so what am I doing here? So, I'm reversing the angle direction. I think that should help. Okay, destroy object. Oh, this is, okay, I don't need to fix that yet. Target, draw theta, and then I point to the right entities, and that's just the box that I'm pointing. I don't see why this doesn't work. Let's try the code again and see if I probably broke something. I'd be surprised if this actually compiles the first time. Holy crap. Dang it. Freaking lyrics. Okay, so let's go up a little bit and place a box. It's on the ground already. Up a little bit more, place a box. I feel like I'm not updating my target in the right way. Box. Box. Okay, now let's rotate. Box. What are you doing? Box. Why? Why is it... Am I doing the translations and the rotations in the wrong frame? Somehow? Maybe I should do... Oh, I know what's going on. I need to translate before I rotate. That's probably what's going on. So let's move the rotations and the translations. Actually, I feel like I wouldn't have done that to begin with if that was... Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. Maybe I'm going backwards. Let's find out. This feels like a problem I've dealt with before, but I can't remember. Okay. Rotate. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, no, that was very necessary. Okay. Yeah, that was a problem I solved before and I just went backwards. It's my bad. Let's undo that. Okay. That needs to be where it is. Oof. But when I place the object... Okay, first off, I need to update my target. When does my target get updated? Check my input files for target. Yeah, there we go. Target. When do you get updated? Calculate forward distance for target based on distance. Okay. Now, when do you get called? I feel like you don't get called enough. Okay, distance. Oh. Maybe... this? No. That was fine where it was. I don't know why this is here. Let's put that up there for now. Handle input. I should update the forward target. You know, really, I should handle the forward target inside of the input loop. So... handle input. There we go. Gamepad input. So anytime I do anything directional, including LNR, update target. Rotation of your perspective, then nest the object matrices that have the object position as a translation along with its relative. Okay. So then I have to basically make a portable perspective of where things. Isn't that what I'm doing already? Isn't that what theta and position are? Position and theta are defining where the camera is and where the camera is pointing. So that's kind of what that is already. And then the draw function, which is a part of the main file over here. I wonder to use that again. So I have my this theta y is my own position, the first person camera position, and or the angle, and then the positions are positions. And we're subtracting out the object's positions from the actual position of the camera, and that's generally seems to put them in the right place. Except for some reason it doesn't for certain rotations, and I don't know why. Let's do a slight angle. Maybe a slight angle will reveal something that I'm not looking at. I don't particularly like this background music. What is this? Okay, that's a little bit better. My phone. Why am I checking my phone? Okay, Shane, I don't know why I'm checking my phone, but whatever. Anyway, there we go. So there's one object. Slight rotation, just the tiniest. And it's getting put somewhere else. The position is wrong. The angle is wrong. And if I move, everything else is wrong. Why is it? This is so bizarre. Is this entire? This is might entirely be due to the angle. Let me. Okay. So anyway, trying to think. For the 2 extra people that have joined us. 3 extra, there we go. Objects are being placed in positions and rotations that they shouldn't be placed in. I'm trying to get these boxes to go to where they're supposed to go and then fall on command, which is like I'm trying to push them down with gravity, which I don't think they're even doing that yet. Maybe because gravity's too weak. But for starters, let me rule out that theta is a problem by commenting this part out and just doing minus theta. Let's try that. Okay, so we have box there. Rotate, box. Wrong place. It's not theta. It is... Well, okay, so the theta... the box is staying in a position where it should be after it's been placed, even though the position is incorrect. And if I rotate over here, there's a box off screen. If I rotate over here, just to my right, the rotation is incorrect. So, what does that mean? That means when I place the object, the rotation is not correct. So what have I done wrong? Where's my object placement? Object, target update. That's what it is. Target is wrong? Is my target wrong? Should it be this? Let's try that. Okay. So the target is where the box should be going. And if the target is wrong, that means when I rotate, everything will be wrong. So place a box. Where's the box? Oh Lord, please don't. Come on. It's behind me. Okay, clearly what I did was wrong. So I am facing the negative X direction, which means my target, when I'm here, should be negative X, and then, right? Yeah, let me just try to get a 90-degree turn here. 90-ish. Close enough. Okay. So if I'm more or less at the origin point here, if I'm looking dead ahead, my target should be there. That makes sense. Okay. And if I go over here, target, it's still moving to the right. So if it's right here, it's not right there. Is it right here? No, it's not right here. Is it right here? Here? Okay. And the further away I go from it, the wronger it is. Huh. Okay, let's figure this one out. Okay? So, if I'm at an angle of 0, I am facing in the what direction? Negative X is to my left, positive X is to my right, positive Z is in front of me. So I want Yeah, the thing is, normally rotation matrix doesn't work like that, but also we're kind of working on this weird-ish coordinate system, I think. So forward is positive Z. Wow, this is a really annoying version of Tropical Resort. That's... I don't know why PSU is even in my playlist. Every time I get a PSU song, it just annoys the crap out of me. This will have to do. Okay. So, when I'm starting out, positive X is to my right, positive Z is in front of me. So that means if I've got an angle of 0, I want my target to be positive Z from me, which means this guy is correct. This should be positive. Okay. And then sine is 0, so this is not wrong yet. Now, if I were to rotate to my right, I'd be facing positive X. Rotating to my right means I've got a 90-degree angle. 90-degree angle means cosine goes to 0, so that's okay. Sine will go to 1. And that means if I'm rotated to my right, positive X is forward, it should be in positive. Okay, they're both positive. You're right, Pona. Hello, person number 6 on the stream. Feel free to join in on chat while I figure out how to get these boxes to be in the right direction. Okay. That's in the right place. 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 There. Yep. I can't believe this was broken for so long and I never noticed. I feel dumb. Okay. So let us try to reintroduce that thing with the angles. Here. See, the Knuckles songs have lyrics, and I don't even care because I just like the beat. Okay, box, rotate. Oh no. Something weird is going on with the angles. So, crap. There has got to be a better way. So what I want to do is... I think I need to do... Haha! Oh, we're going to bookend this one. We're going to bookend it. Okay. You remember how earlier on in the stream, I was talking about... basis transformations. Okay. So, it's not quite that, but it is a similar proposition. First, I need to rotate my perspective correctly. So, oh wait. Crap, this invalidates everything. Okay, let's try this first, and then I'll explain what I was thinking if this turns out to be wrong as well. Got all excited because I thought I figured something out. Turns out I just left extra code in. Alright, is that in the right place? That is not in the right... Wow, that is so very wrong. How is that so wrong? It doesn't make any sense. They're all in the same place. They shouldn't be in the same place. Okay, now they're not in the same place, and it makes it even worse. Okay. Anyways, so, let's try this. Not comment this out. Comment this out. Actually, just get rid of it. Just plain old get rid of it. Rotate perspective. We're going to rotate the perspective. Then we're going to translate to the draw location. And right now that just means that these objects have no rotation. But after we get to the draw location, let us rotate the objects themselves. Screen? Oh, yeah, screen. My bad. I mean, occasionally forget to do that. Thanks, Ponent. Okay, so first thing I'm doing, rotate the screen to be in the direction that I am looking at. Translate to the position that I am drawing, and then rotate the object itself. I don't know if this should be positive or negative, but I feel like this is the solution. Then I'm going to set the scale, but that's neither here nor there. Actually, no. This scale needs to be before... Does it? Huh. Yeah, forget it. It'll be fine. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you, and I'm gonna go with that. Feels right. Anyway, the point is separating the two rotation commands should do the trick. Or maybe I'm just guessing, I don't know. Okay, so the rotation's in the wrong direction, but the idea is there. And maybe the rotation is not complete, I don't know. Yeah, okay. So, I know now what I must do. I must add a negative. And then the boxes will be facing me. See, this is what you... When you try to rush things, you do everything in one line, things don't work out. Sometimes you gotta separate your rotations to get the boxes to face you. Okay, there. Everything is lining up. Everything's looking up Millhouse, guys. Okay, now I'm gonna move. And test box Stonehenge is there. And I can rotate. And they're staying put. Well, they're staying where they're supposed to be anyway. And there's some clipping, but that's, you know, that's a separate issue. So these guys are working out. This guy is not dropping. Or if he is, he's going so incredibly slowly that his drop is invisible. Like Drax. Let's increase gravity and see if that fixes it. Is that the guy's name? The Guardian. The Guardian of the Galaxy, who does not understand the sarcasm. Okay, anyway. What was I doing? I was going to find out where I define gravity and then crank it up to 11. Literally. Where's my gravity? There we go. That'll do. If things fall immediately, then I know something happened correctly. Oh, a new person on the stream. We're getting some decent numbers tonight, guys. Of course, no one's chatting, but that's okay. I'll just... Oops. Let me switch back over into Mendefin. I got distracted by my view count. Okay, so what we're doing is we're drawing boxes just to make sure they're facing the right way, because that wasn't done before for some reason. And also, we're going to see if they drop. They're not dropping. Acceleration is not being applied properly. What's up with that? Gravity is like 11. It should be falling precipitously. It should be... What is up with that? Oh, there's some distortion on that texture there. That can't do much about that. Let's figure out what's going on with acceleration. Am I not applying acceleration in every loop? I'm probably not. No, I am. What gives? Apply acceleration all. Gravity. Gravity is in the Y direction, so it should be falling. Apply acceleration all. So it gives that gravity to everyone in a for loop, and that for loop goes through here. If the object position is greater than or equal to 0, which means if it's below the floor. Delta time... Oh. Let's print delta time. Let's see how big delta time can be. Delta time might be like stupid small. But that would make physics very, very inconvenient. You know, this is going to be funny. If it turns out delta time is too small, I'm going to have to intentionally slow down the physics engine. And the way I'm going to have to do that is to tie the physics to frame rate. And that's going to be so stupid. I hate doing that. I'm treating it as an integer. What do you mean? I don't follow you, sir. What am I treating as an integer? Delta time? Also, why am I looking at box.code? We're not using that yet. Okay, so let's just print out delta time. I've already got a print statement in my input. Let me just add another line to it. There's time on line 1. Let me just do delta time right next to it. Frame rate is just an integer, so let's just do dt all the way to the right. What do I got, like 40 lines? Let's do, whatever this is, 19. So, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 20. Oh, I'm already here. 30. 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. We're just gonna have to make a new line, aren't we? We're gonna have to make a new line. Annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that makes 5. Yeah, you're right. Oh, we lost someone. That's sad. Hopefully it was just a bot. You guys are free to join in on the chat. Talk about whatever. All 6 of you guys. Crap. I'm printing time. You're right. That was silly of me. That laziness again. The copy pasting. It's not getting me anywhere. Hey, number 7's back. Mystery Watcher. Welcome back. Let's see. Delta time looks to be about 16.5 milliseconds. So 16.5 milliseconds times like 11 should be a non-negligible amount. I feel like that's enough time to do physics. But these guys are not moving. 16 milliseconds times 11, that's more than enough. We're already on the order of tenths of meters. Yeah, it should be. Yeah. So, you know what? Let's print out for the the first object's not going to exist until I make it. That's going to be weird. I'll put an if statement. That's what I'll do. So, we're going to do the lazy programmer's debug, which is print statements everywhere. So first off, let me do a print statement for the first object check. And that's going to be if num objects. Are we importing game objects? Oh yeah, good. Okay, so I can use it. If num objects greater than 0, nah, I'm gonna pass on this song. Turn to it another time. Yes, this is also a bit much. Okay, there we go. It's nice background music. Okay, so if num objects is more than 0, what am I doing? I am going to make it so that I get to print out something. That's a good start. I'll try printing. That's a neat trick. Velocity. And then, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. No, well, I mean, we just need to know fixed. Velocity is a fixed. I just need to know object 0 dot velocity y. Just to see what it is. See, this line here should evaluate correctly. Yeah, well, it's too late. I already did what I did. So we're going to find out first what the... this is going to be object 0. We're going to check out the velocity. We're going to check out the position. And we're also going to check out the acceleration, which should be gravity. So I'm just going to print gravity. Seven. Well, I can't print gravity out here because it's stuck in main, so let's just assume that it's working for now until we have to check it. Oh, come on! Wait frames. Oh, I'm probably not using that. Num objects undeclared. Is it because it's plural and not singular? Probably. Of course, Sigwin's gonna give me crap. Yeah, so DT is getting multiplied through basically twice, but we're gonna find out what everything looks like, and then hopefully that will explain some things. So let me raise up a bit. Huh. I have an idea of what's going on, and it's not a physics problem. It's a stupid indexing problem. How much you want to bet that I did not do the update everyone thingy correctly? Game objects. Update positions, update velocities. Wow, really? That's not what I expected. Yeah, did you see that though? Like, it started out high and then it fell immediately. And then the rest of them did not fall. And let me see. The things that are getting called is apply acceleration to everyone, and then update object position. Oh, you know what? That's definitely a problem. I probably need to do that. SL mult FX. I was assuming I could treat them like floats for some reason. Yeah, I totally missed that, and that probably screwed up a lot already. So this might actually solve my problem. It looks like the IDs weren't getting updated somehow, but you know, whatever. And I should probably tone down the gravity again because now 11 is going to be way too high. Okay, there's that. Main, gravity. Go back down to being like 0.05 or something like that. Raise up, place a box. There we go. It was a stupid multiplication. There we go. The box is dropping slowly. Wait for it to hit the ground. There it is. Let's do another one. Come on. Oh no! You got me all excited, and now you're not moving. It don't fall. Why did the first box fall and not the second box? That is the question. I have two objects. That is being displayed right now, okay? Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change my check so I can see what the crap is going on. The draw command is probably not working right. I'm gonna tell you that much. No, it's... crap. Okay, never mind. It's not that. It's not the draw command. Well, let me change my print command so that it's showing me what I want to see, which is the most recent object. Where is it? Where? There you are. So that's going to be num object -1. There we go. And that'll tell me the location and velocity of the closest object. Why wouldn't it work? That makes no sense. Why the code works once on that one loop and not for the other guys. This for loop should just work. It should work the same way it works for everyone. So here's another similar for loop. I do an index starting at 0. Index is less than number of objects, and then iterate the index ++. Same exact thing here. And what it should do is go through here, apply it to each ID. Apply that acceleration. There's the DT. Grabbing it from the object of that same ID. We're defining up here, which is defined in the for loop. One way it could get tricked up is if the position is set to 0 and then it won't do anything. If it thinks the position of object ID is at 0, then it'll stop. But why would it work like that if it's looking at the right ID? Hey, person 7's back. I keep getting people popping in and out. Okay, once again, I'm trying to make boxes fall, and we can get one box to fall, but I want several boxes to fall. I want physics to work for the same for everyone. Got like hashtag physics equality. I don't know. Not all boxes. Okay, so we'll go up, place this box. He is very slowly falling to the ground. You see his velocity creep up. And then he hits the ground. Okay, let's go back up and place another box. He has no velocity. His velocity is not being set. Why is that? When I apply an acceleration, it should update the velocity of each object in the loop. Num object should be increased, and it is currently 3? No. 4. Okay. 5. 6. None of these guys are falling. None of them have velocities. So, we have 8 objects. Num objects is 8, which means we should be looping through all these guys and updating the velocities through apply excel all via apply excel. Or vice versa, whatever. So it works for the first one, not the second. They have negative y positions, which means this if loop, or this if statement, shouldn't screw anything up. Everything here looks correct. Why doesn't it work? What needs to change for this to work? Have we done something to acceleration in this loop? Oh! We have done something to acceleration in this loop. This is not a pass-by value. This is a pass-by reference. So when I make this check, I am permanently altering this acceleration at its memory location. I should be cloning acceleration. Or better yet, I could just, instead of having to add more load to memory, which is a bad thing to do, let me just change... this is all hard-coded anyway. I need to add in a separate check for when I do actual collisions. But, here, I'm going to hard-code this one. There we go. Now we're enforcing it this way without having to change memory values. So I'm not resetting the gravity. Another fun thing about C is that you always have to pay attention to what's going on in memory. You're never going to get away with not knowing what's going on in memory. You're not falling. Aren't you falling? Come on, buddy. Why don't you fall for me, huh, buddy? Okay, I just disabled all falling. What gives? That I did. Yeah, okay. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. So let's just invert the check and make sure that y is less than 0 when I do it. That's all. Oh, sorry. Crap. I keep forgetting. It doesn't matter anyway, because... crap. Okay. So what I did is... he was right. This line over here read as 0, so there was nothing causing anything to drop. So what I did is I inverted the check to make sure everything's less than 0. Put the velocity, added it to the, you know, change in acceleration. And I can build. Sigwin will let me. Alright, up. Place. It's dropping. 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 Dropping, and a bunch of boxes are dropping simultaneously, and the frame rate remains at 60. But it's only 4 boxes, so let's get stupid with this. How far can I push it before the engine cries? Come on. This is actually kind of funny. It's like Long Cat or something. How many objects can I place and have them fall, actively doing physics, before the frame rate suddenly flips over? Okay, well, yeah. I'm gonna, whenever I get the Sadiator, I'll do some actual benchmarking to see what I can get away with. And obviously, this is super unoptimized code. Okay, so this definitely feels a lot slower, but it says the frame rate is still 60, so maybe I'm not reading the frame rate correctly. The time still feels like it's going correct, but the movement feels wrong, because I haven't fixed the movement to be independent of frame rate yet. Yeah, I should probably do that. But look at all these boxes that are falling to the ground. That's great. Let's redo that print statement so we can actually see what's going on. So that print statement is, again, an input because, you know, who needs good code? Okay, no lyrics, first of all. So Believe in Myself by Transmutator is going to go. And next. Close enough. Okay, Sonic Adventure. I can deal with Sonic Adventure. Frame rate. No, I am checking sync cons. It's right there, see? Right there. So, definitely things are getting slower. I don't think sync constant is the true end-all be-all check for what frame rate I've got. Is there a more fundamental frame rate check? Something that's inside a Joe engine? Okay. Alright, yeah, you're right. You're right. Delta time. But actually, no. Delta time is for every game loop, not for every frame draw. So, it's actually... We should actually be checking V-blank or something. Because Delta time, this thing... Really? What's 16 milliseconds? Oh... Yeah, you're probably right. But let's prove it real quick. When we were checking it earlier, let me go over to Wolfram. We had 16.5 milliseconds per update. So 16.5 milliseconds. 1 divided by that will tell us how many frames or updates per second. So yeah, that was about 60 hertz. So we're operating at an extra like 1% speed, looks like. So yeah, let's do was it SL division? FX. I'm not sure that that's it. SL div FX. Okay. FX, and that's going to be 2 fixed, 60, and then DT. All right, that's good enough. I mean, computationally, it's inefficient, but it's good enough. Oh, come on. Oh, that's just Sigwin complaining. Nobody cares what Sigwin has to say about anything. Really? Ah. Let's look at what it. Yeah, definitely not 18 frames per second. That looks wrong. Yeah, Joe printf is probably now the incorrect way of doing this. So let's do first. Let's fix it so that it's correct. DT. There we go. There's gonna be SL print FX. We're gonna do SL locate. I guess 31. Let's see if I can fit FPS at the very end there. So that's going to be on like 38 or something. FPS. Freaking Sega of Japan, man. That's not right. That's not even a little bit right. 36, 34.1. No, that's not it. That's definitely not it. How did you even get that? Oh, it shouldn't be 60 at all. It should just be 1. It's It shouldn't be 60. It should be 1. Just be 1. In fact, yeah, it should just be 1. Ah, crap, I'm out of drink. Oh no, I got water. 60.5. Probably actually 60.6, whatever, who cares. We're running about 1% fast in Mednafen, which is not exactly news. I want to see what my breaking point is. I want to keep at 60 frames. So, oh, I see a little bit of stutter there. Are you getting slow on me? Oh, just a tiny bit of stutter. I can't tell if that's just computational stutter or if it's struggling. Apparently it can do 80. I don't feel slow yet. Where's the slowdown? I like how these guys are dropping. Come on. We're at 120. When does it start getting difficult? Oh, we just lost. Okay, how do I wasn't paying attention. Did anyone see? Delete. Which one of these guys deletes? 20? No, stop. Okay. Okay, now that everyone stopped doing stuff. Huh. Those are weird artifacts there from me moving around, but whatever. Okay, B was the kill button. So let's take you at your word there. Definitely things were slower when things were falling. The falling routine. Maybe I'm accumulating lag through that slow thing. Okay, let me see. Gamepad input is definitely using that. So I don't really need a 2 fix to 0. Because 0 is always 0 no matter what. So... Is there really anything I can do for degree to angle? Okay. I don't get why 2 fix doesn't automatically just... Oh, because it handles floats. If it was just handling integers, it'd be super fast, though. Or at least it should be. It should be smart like that. Okay, so gamepad input is now not dealing with that to a severe extent. Okay. Game objects. What are we doing here? I don't see any 2 fix in here, nor in here. I'm setting zeros like zeros. That's... yeah, you gotta save as much performance as anywhere you can when you can get it. So yeah, you're not wrong. I don't see any real use of oh. This is gonna be 0, and then also 0, and then also 0. You know what? Find replace. Doing this like a dumb person. 2 fix. Oh no, it should be replace. 2 fix. Replace with 0. Replace all in all open documents. Yeah, sure, why not? That fixed a few things. So 2 fixed 1 is actually 1. Let me do this too. So we're gonna do find replace, but it's gonna be 1 bit shifted what left by 16. Is this the right way of doing that? This might be hard to see on the screen, but okay, that's what I wrote. Replace all. There. So now all 1s are 1 bit shifted left. So I've culled a lot of 2 fixed from throughout my program. In fact, I'm not even sure if there is any 2 fixed. Left. Let me find out. Main.c has 1. They're all in print statements, so, you know, who cares? I'm gonna live with this. I'm fine with this. That can stay. If it just happens once, it's whatever. Input.c, I have 2 fixed. A lot of crap. Let me see. 5 can be bit shifted. 16. Sensitivity. 0.25. Okay, let's actually do some math for once. The way fixed points work is that we have, what was it, like 65538 or something like that. It's 2 to the 16. Right? So basically everything on the right of the decimal is expressed like that, so we have to get fractions of that. So if I wanted to express 0.5 as a fixed, it would come out to look like... oh, wait. 0.5 times 2 to the 16. So this is the integer version of the fixed 1/2. So 1/2 in fixed, if it looks like 32768 because 655 whatever. What is it? 655536 is actually 1 in fixed point. So yeah. Oh, okay. So Ponut's helping us out with some easy numbers there. This is going to be... I'll just make a comment on this so I don't get confused later on down the line. This, in reality, is 0.25 fixed to int representation. No, I'll just do called fixed. I'll know what I'm talking about. Because this is 1/4 of 6... I keep forgetting what the key number is here. This is 1/4 of 65536. That's an important number. It's 2 to the 16. We have to remember at least what it is or how to find it. This can be bit shifted, so it will be 5, 8, 16. 0.2. 0.2 times 13107. Close enough. 13107, and that's going to be 0.2 fixed. And 2 fixed minus 1. I think minus 1 and just maps to -1 if you bit shift it, right? Do negative numbers work the same way? Okay. I'm going to keep target sensitivity as 0.25 for now, and if that doesn't work out, I'll just double it. Where else are we? We already got rid of everything in the 30s. We got one at 64. 2 fixed, 0.1 at 2. Six, 5, 5, 4. .1 fixed. Okay. Next one at oh, it's just a printf statement. Whatever. Things I didn't even need to do that. Just 1. 1 is 1. Actually, why didn't that get fixed? Oh, because it's 1 and not 1.0. Okay, and then in the timer on line 38, we have 2 fixed, I am not changing that. There is no way I'm going to change this so that it doesn't get screwed up. Yeah, screw that. Okay, we're done with there. We're done there. We're done there. We're done there. We're done there. Maybe things are touched faster. We'll find out. I like that we got boxes falling. I'm wondering if I can get collision to work in a way that makes sense. Okay. Let me delete that guy. There we go. And I'm gonna go all the way up to the top. Well, not the top, but you know, it's pretty high up. 50's plenty. And I'm just gonna keep placing boxes until I break something. Don't know what's gonna take. Come on. Where does it slow? Where does it slow? Where does it slow? It's not slow yet. Oh, there we go. Delete, 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 delete. Delete, 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 delete. There. There we go, 170. Well, 170 is kind of borderline. Let's try get rid of one more. There we go. 169, still borderline. I'm gonna go ahead and call it 160 maybe. That's probably accurate. My God, that is slow. See if 165 works. Just gotta delete one more somehow. Okay, that sensitivity for the target is definitely too low. I gotta bump it back up. Whoa! Try, come on, 4? Work with me. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Will that do it? This doesn't feel slow? Okay. I'm happy with that. Now I'm thinking, do I want to keep going? I've got gravity kind of working. It's kind of a hacky implementation. What I want to be able to do is get everything kind of self-consistent. So like this hard-coded 0 doesn't really belong where it is. Like, I don't like that I'm doing this check. I don't like that I'm doing this check. What I really should be doing is checking for a collision boundary. Yeah. So, if we're going to do that, that means we got to do bounding boxes. Or at the very least, just, you know, in this format, just whatever. I'm trying to figure out what's expensive. Like, if I do a basic distance calculation, I need to make sure that the distance between two boxes... Okay, let me just do a basic distance check. So I'm gonna make a new header file called collisions. So let me just oh crap, that's not what I want. That's not what I want either. File, save, copy as collision.h. How do you spell collision? C-I-L-I-S-S-I-O-N? Or is it 2 L's and 1 S? I always get that confused. Probably 2 L's and 1 S. So... yeah, okay. That means collision chaos. There we go. Okay, let's wipe all this stuff out. That's not what's going in here. What is going in here? All functions, really. We have to include game objects. That's not even optional. Oh, it's the door into spring or summer or whatever it was called. That's nice. Game object. That's going in. Okay. What else is going in? We need to do... okay, yeah, basic distance function. How do you find out how big a box is? How are my game objects stored? What do they have? They have a position. They have a scale. Velocity, theta. Okay, none of these. Scale is the only thing that's going to come into play here. Right now, everything's set to 1, so it doesn't even matter. But I'll keep it in anyway, just in case something changes. I need to dig into the entity, which means I need to open up Z-Stream Tools and see how he does his stuff. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. There we go, entity. Entity has positions. It has a position. It has a length. I don't know what that's for. My god, I don't even know what that is. Okay, so, poll dot... okay, so first off, what is poll? Poll is XP data. What's an XP data? Let's find that first. Well, it's not in here, so maybe it's in the C file. Or it probably wouldn't be in the C file. It's probably going to be included in what? There's no include statements here. What is it? Is this an SGL thing? Do I have to look in SGL in order to find out what that is? Well, let's find it. XP. Okay. Structure reference. Attribute. Event. P data. Per vertex. Wait, how do vertices have normals? That doesn't make any sense. Faces have normals. Vertices... okay. But, just to get back on that point, faces have normals. Vertices don't have normals. Vertices are points. How do they have normals? Where do they point? But that doesn't make any sense. There is no normal to the... normal means you're at a 90-degree angle to whatever your reference is. That means you have to have a plane to reference against. That means if you're not getting a normal off a plane, you're not getting a normal. It doesn't make any sense. Unless it's like a direction of least similarity. Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you're right. We need to find pole.pntbl. What the crap? Oh yeah, it's not pntbl, that's pntb1, right? Is that what you meant? This guy, the point. Okay, so this is an array of points which I must use that. Yeah, well, what I'd prefer, really, is to have kind of a... what do I want to say? I'd like to know ahead of time what the actual size of the object is without having to do these calculations each object, because this feels really inefficient. If I have a loaded object, it should come with its own size, which should be loaded into the entity itself. Like, it should have a vertical diameter, a lateral diameter, and a front-back diameter. Like I'm building an ellipsoid out of its shape. But that's probably impractical right now. I'd have to, to do what I just described that I wanted to do, I'd have to alter XL2's code to add in an extra piece of data to the entity that describes sizes. And I don't want to do that at all. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, when I load in the object data, I will do that. I will loop through PNTB1 for each data point, and I will have to find out the minimum and maximum x extent after rotation, y, and then z, and then kind of give it a maximum diameter. Actually, for a really rough guess, yeah, I think for a really rough guess, I'm just doing a distance function. What I really need to do, it doesn't matter how accurate it is, because this is going to be the rough check. The rough check is just saying, are you within range to actually care about doing real collision math? So the rough check should be, what is the maximum distance that can be covered by this what do you call it? These points. I'm going to collect all these points. I'm going to find the minima and the maxima, and I'm going to create a largest diameter. So what I have to do, this is going to be like n factorial complicated. I'm going to have to build, like, I'm going to start at point 0. I'm going to do distance functions to all the points above 0, and I'm going to find the maximum distance there. And then I'm going to go to point 1 and find all the distances between point 1 and all the points after point 1. And I'm going to keep doing that until I run out of points. And then the maximum distance is going to be like my radius of check. That's going to be my check radius. Or that's going to be my check diameter. I have to cut that in half to make a check radius. I think that's doable. Okay. So let's do that. So what are we gonna do? So we're gonna take in an entity. We're gonna take in an entity, and we're gonna get we're gonna call it a check radius. So it's gonna be we're gonna return a fixed, and it's gonna be calc check. Okay, rough radius. Well, okay, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna be like that, sure. Fine, whatever. You're not my mom. Okay. It's gonna take in an entity pointer, so... how's that work? Pointer to an entity. 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 There we go. That's what I want. endpoint. Okay, so well, that means I'm probably gonna end up having to include Z-Stream tools from here. Yep. Okay, so let's save that, make a copy, add it to the make file. Collision.c. Save copy as collision.c. Don't need these if defines. I do need an include statement. And now we get to start doing some actual code. Okay. This is going to be... Can I do 2 nested for loops? I know these older compilers get really finicky with those. So I'm going to do first a for loop for... okay. At least 2 is fine. ID1 int ID1 is equal to 0. ID1 is less than... Okay. Well, first off, let's pull in int point dot. What was it? Poll dot pntb1. How do I check the size of this table? How many? There we go. It's L, not a 1, because this thing says it's a 1, but it's an L. Okay, whatever. Sure, fine. Who cares about documentation? Not this guy. Number of points. That's great. So, P data is poll is P data, right? Position that poll. Poll is XP data, which is basically P data, so that contains. Oh, let me hold on to that for now. Int point num is equal to dot nb point. Find furthest distance between points in model. Find half furthest distance point model. That gives us the radius. That's for animations, isn't it? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So then we can loop through all these polls to get different animation things. That's what I assume it's for. Okay, so now we have the number of points. So loop first compare point from 0 less than point num ID1 plus point num minus 1. So if there's 2 points, this will only ever get to 0, so that can compare against 1, but it won't get up to 1 because it'll have nothing to compare against. Loop second compiler. Point after ID 1. This will be ID 2. ID 1 plus 1. ID 2 less than point num. ID 2 plus plus. Okay, well, I don't know what it's for, but I assumed it was for animations. If it's not for animations, then I guess things can just completely change what they look like, and that would be it. Anyways, so distance. Do we have just a basic distance calculation, or am I gonna have to freaking define that? Let me define some fixed. Just to predefine them. Fixed dx equals 0, dy dz. Okay. So dx should be equal to you had it over. Pole PNTBL 0x. ID 1 x. Does absolute value work for fixed? Neat. Seriously? What was wrong with that? Okay. And I think you see where I'm going with this. So Joe apps. Okay, well, whatever. Joe abs, all caps, I guess. So first we're gonna calculate differences along basis, not basis, axes, whatever. And then we're gonna check for the you remember the other day, Ponut, on the Discord, I was talking about an absolute worst case scenario for the distance function. And I did a little bit of an analysis there. That was a while back. That was like 2 weeks when I was working on something late at night. I think it was like 160, right? I could probably rederive it. So the biggest a fix can get is 2 to the 15, I believe. Right? So if we take square root of that, (181), that's going to be equal to 3 times x squared for like the worst case scenario. I think. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, I see what's going on here. Divided by 3. Square root. So what I need to do is I need to make sure that whatever number I calculate is not going to exceed 2 to the 15 divided by 3. And I'm going to do that by making sure that if any of my dimensions exceed 104, I'm not going to calculate it using fixeds. Yeah. And it turns out that if you just drop the decimal after about 104 or so, nothing really bad happens in terms of error. Your error rate is still pretty small. Even compared to floats. Like, floats apparently have like a couple percent error, and worst case scenario, when I'm doing this, the error is going to be 1.9%, maybe, at the worst. So, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cast to int if distance is too large for fixed. So, if dx greater than 104, bit shifted right, or see, in MATLAB, I'll just do a max function. That'll be the quick end of it. If any of these guys exceed my my worst case scenario, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make alternative dx's, dxi, 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 and these are ints now. Int. dxi. You know what? This is supposed to be a rough compare anyway. But no, because if the objects are small, I was going to make everything like this, but then if the objects are small, the error is going to be massive. So I can't do that. I got to figure out a way of intelligently figuring out how to communicate this. So what I'm going to do, so dxi dxi is equal to dx bit shifted left by 16. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I figured. Y, and then Z. I'm gonna have to handle these two guys separately and cast backwards once I'm done. Yeah. Is there a square root for integers? Does that work? I'm sure Joe Engine has a Joe Math square root thing. Let me see. Math. SL square root. Okay, or I'll just use SL square root. Let's see what that is. Square root. Calculate square root of unsigned integer value. Okay, good enough for me. SL square root. Squart. Okay, it's squart. Dx times dx plus dy times dy plus dz times dz. And that's going to be integer distance I. Means I'm also going to have it fixed. Distance equals 0. And then int distance equals 0. So there's going to be a distance holding value. Oh, crap. I have to hold the distance, and I have to hold the max. So that means there's going to be dist and then dist max. And then if dist greater than dist max equal dist dx times dx, dy times dy, dz times dz. What's the problem? Squart? Is squart not right? SL squart. I thought that was it. DXI. Crap. Got me. You got me, Ponut. Just gonna end up reusing this stuff anyway later. Now we're gonna have an else. And I'm guessing the next guy over is gonna be squart fx. There we go. This is dx, fx, fy, y, dz. Take off all the integer flags. Okay, now once we're done with the actual for loop down here, we're going to sort which type to output, or not which type, which value to output. First, if dist is greater than what is it? Do the 15. Where's my Wolfram? Yeah, I do. Obviously, I'm getting a little bit tired here. It's been a long week. Yeah, the productivity on these streams has shot up dramatically since you've started regularly attending. Okay, so first off, dist is greater than 32768. 32768. Then we will be returning 2 fixed 32768.99999. Is that fixed max? Else if disty is greater than... I don't think it's that many 9s, but let's do it anyway. Pretty sure it'll just cast back down to the biggest number it can give me, no matter what. Yeah. The way I figure, I think if you just put 32769, it'll roll it back down to the max fixed that it can do. Oh, well, you know, that too. So yeah, it's 32768. It should be... Are you sure? Are you sure it's not... Oh, okay, whatever. I don't care. It's big enough for it to be a good check. I don't think I'm going to be doing collisions on the orders of 33 kilometers in game. Otherwise, if distance is bigger than dist bit shifted right by 16, then we're going to return disty bit shifted left by 16. Hey Shane. I'm starting to drag a little bit, but still going at it. Return. Okay, if none of those things happen, then we're just gonna return distance. So worst case scenario, we're gonna return max fixed. Otherwise, if we're in our kind of like our gray zone where one of the parameters is too big, like maybe we have one point that's at like 105 for some reason, like we're modeling a giant spaceship or a planet or something. We're just gonna end up returning it if it's not quite 33 kilometers long, and then otherwise we're just gonna do the normal calculation like we always do. So yeah, this looks like it should work. If I had some semicolons. Yeah, I feel good about this. I did this all in collision.h. Oh god. Ugh. That was a mistake. There's collision.c. That's Z-Dream Tools. Why am I in here? My god. Okay. These two guys need to switch places. Alright, let me just close out. Oh, come on. One. Yes, I want to change it. C. Yes. Collision.h, collision.c. Okay, does everything check out here? We got the right imports. Game object, Z-Stream, Geo Engine, and then collision. Alright. This feels right. Get them nickels. No, we got 5 people on stream, and of those 5 people, you and Ponet have said anything at all. I don't know if anyone else is going to trickle in here now that it's like almost 11. What? Oh, followers. I was thinking of subscribers. Wow, okay. Neat. Thanks, guys who followed me, but I don't know who you are. I'm not very good at this Twitch thing. So, I'd have to go check out later who you guys are. Oh, well that makes sense. I get a surprising number of subs on YouTube. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like the people that are literally following me now were people that came over from YouTube. Because people are just like randomly following me from YouTube out of nowhere, because that's the reason I have that archive there, so people can look at it afterwards. I have like a dead audience on Twitch. Yeah, okay, so we have a rough radius calculation here. So let's get back to it. Let me do when I load objects. There we go. Current address is there. So entities 0. Okay, so that means in collision, I should be holding collision data. So I should be holding a value called fixed rrad or rradius should be an array of 1 for now. I need to max out the array with the number of entities I'm going to load up. Let me double check if I'm remembering how to do this correctly. Okay, yeah, I like that. So that means this needs to be here too. Equal 0. All right. And then also I'm going to have to include collision on the main. Hashtag include collision.h. And when I load references here, I'm going to point it to entities 0. Call this guy I'm sure I'm doing the pointers wrong somehow, but I'll figure it out. And then that's going to return to rough radius on index 0. So entity 0 gets its rough radius calculated, and that gets stored in rough radius 0, r radius 0, yeah? There we go. And now we got to do a proper distance. Oh, God. I built in the distance function into the rough radius calculator. Why did I do that? Let's build a distance function. I'm going to take in 2 points. Point 1, which is an XYZ, and point 2, which is also an XYZ. Calculate distance capped to max fixed. And basically, we're gonna be stealing this whole thing. This is a distance function. That's what it is. The only difference is I'm just gonna do it slightly differently. So, okay. So, we're just gonna do P1. P1x minus P2x. And really, we can just do a little bit of replace here. Z, Y, Y, Z, Z, Y. Okay. Now we got those. We're gonna check. We do the same checks we were doing before, just slightly different. I gotta predefine all these guys. I don't need the max parts, so I'm gonna delete those when I put them over. There we go, we got some energy in the background music. Welcome back, viewer number 6, whoever you are. I'm working on some collision distance functions, just to remind everyone. Okay, square root, that works, this works, and then we do the checks. And this is going to make the majority of rough radius calculation more or less useless. Okay, so this is a distance function, and it's capped out to this value, which means we're working with fixed, so there's no point in working with anything bigger than that. And if anything does get bigger than that, the game's gonna break, but who cares? I'm just not gonna build the game like that. So, what else do we need? What do we need? Well, now all we have to do is import these guys. Okay, so Pona, just a real quick sanity check here. Distance is equal to this. Yeah. Can I just do that? Is that legal? Let me see. Distance. Yeah, distance. So, yeah. So I'm just gonna use this as an argument, but instead of x, it's gonna be XYZ. Ah, crap! Why do I keep pressing buttons? Like this? I should probably put ID2 here. So point 1 and point 2 are just going to be references to this XYZ. Can I pass by reference like that? Will that work? Will this be a pointer to where I want it to be? Oh, okay. It's even better. Yeah, that's more C-like, now that I think about it. All of... There we go. So all of this just became redundant when I put that distance function in. Because then I'll just... There we go. Crap, why do I keep pressing buttons? Where even am I? I just keep floating around. Okay, I'm in the distance function. Don't touch that. This no longer needs to be commented in. Distance function. If it's greater than max distance, then redefine max distance, and then return return max distance. Don't need all that. Return dist max, and that means all I need to predefine is this, and I'll just be able to call distance with these 2 points, and it'll go through all the same math, and just that this function is divorced from where it was, which is good. So when I load up the references, I'm going to calculate the entities, and that rough radius is going to parse out all those different points, put it through the distance functions, and then at the end of it, I need to divide by 2. I forgot to do that. SL div fx dist 2 comma dist max. 2 bit shifted right 16. That feels right. So whatever the final distance is, divide by 2. That turns the diameter into a radius. That's what I want. Make sure my sanity is still intact. Right here, I'm turning a right bit shift turns a fixed into an integer. Left bit shift turns an integer into a fixed. That's what I'm doing here. Yeah, so SL div fx is, yeah. So yeah, so it's dist max divided by fixed 2. So yeah, this should return what I want it to. Half the distance that it calculates. Okay, so in the main loop, I have to have each game. I'm gonna have to be given a game object and loop through all the other game objects and return a bool for collision. So now I need a new function. I need two collisions. I'm gonna have one where it's a one where we have a bool where we're specifically checking if a point is colliding. Okay, let me call it rough. Is rough colliding? Is rough collide? Okay, I'm gonna take a point, fix point 1, and some object. That's gonna be a game object. Can I pass by game object as a? I better do int. So basically, I'm just going to check if a point is it within the rough colliding distance of that game object, and that should be an easy check. It's just a distance function and checking if it's less than the rough radius. Oh yeah, Shane, that would be actually pretty great if you can, because then I'll have like something in the corner or something. I don't know. It'll be nice, probably. Hopefully it won't be distracting, the follower alert. So, I should also put in an input rough radius for whatever I'm colliding with. Because not only can game objects collide, but also this is primarily for also the player is able to collide. Yeah, let's keep the vuvuzelas down to a minimum. So fixed P1 RR for rough radius. And then I'm probably going to want a function in game object that's just called stop, where it's like, okay, did you collide with something? Stop. Your position is what it was. And you have no velocity, and you have no, yeah. So we're gonna do acceleration updates to change velocities. We're gonna check for collisions, and if it collides, it runs stop, and for now it doesn't move, but later on I'm gonna have to do it so that it moves exactly where it needs to be. I'm gonna have to do projections and all that crap, but for now I'm just gonna make them stop. So, is it rough colliding? That will turn true if this point is within colliding distance of that guy, provided that we have this 0.1's rough radius as a buffer. So if this guy has a rough radius of 5, and then let's say the player has a rough radius of like 1, That means if I'm within 6 of this object, I'm stopping and I can't go forward. Yeah, what is this? This is from Phantasy Star. This is, I think this is Basically, they did an update of one of the older Phantasy Star games for the PS2, and I think this is that. Let's skip it. I need to wake up. There we go. I'm just thinking of like the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I think it was, I think it might have been Commando, where it's like he and some other oiled up muscly guy are just clasping hands while they're sweating bullets. Just like a bunch of sweat, muscly guys, like slightly homoerotic, very super macho, muscly 80s action hero things. And then people start blowing up or something. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know if it was the beginning of Commando or it was the beginning of something else. Jay Leno. Right, okay, yeah. So, collide, is collide all. Well, that's gonna do, it's gonna take a point, it's gonna take a rough radius, and then it's going to just run through the collision check for everyone, and if it comes up true once, it's gonna stop. So this, I'm gonna apply is collide all to every object, so that if it's touching anything else, it will stop. And that anything else should also include the player, so this is also gonna check on the player's position. And I'm wondering if I can do that, because where is the player's position stored? I really hope it's not main. Oh, it's not main. Where is it? Is it input? It's input. Okay, there we go. So we should probably also include input. And we got more viewers again. I don't get, the viewer count's been jumping up and down all night. Hello, person number 7. After we got distracted by Arnold Schwarzenegger's imagined muscles, we were trying to get back to doing collision checks, where basically it's just a rough distance function. Somewhat simple, just looks complicated in code because there's a bunch of checks involved with math. So, is collide all? Alright, yeah, that works. Here's the thing, is collide all if I run it for... I'm gonna do a flag that says, include player. And if it includes the player, that means it's going to check against the player's position, and if not, it won't check against the player's position. So, okay. That way I can use this on both the player and on the objects. Whoa, seriously? Oh, that's a step up from being absolutely no one at all. That's nice. Okay. The more I think about this, the more I think the complexity in how these guys are checking collisions could be made simpler. Oh, I lost viewer number 7. That's sad. Crap. Was that one guy really what pushed me between 40 and 70? Or 40 and 20? Or was it that you just saw the wrong number to begin with? Okay. That'd be pretty bad. I got 7 viewers, all of a sudden I'm like 8. Okay, rough guess. Because I'm thinking, it's like, okay, I've had 8 viewers, that'd be top 10 material, but 6 viewers, I'm freaking no one. Okay. Okay, that works. Anyways, so, I have an idea for a collision matrix. Now, Ponut, real quick, if you remember, can I declare a 2D matrix? And if so, please tell me how. I know SL, SGL, something or another. Like, I don't want to just make a 2D array, because those are boring. I want to make a matrix. Actually, now that I think about it, that would be hugely memory intensive. Let me just... Well, I mean, I guess from just a normal standpoint, that's kind of redundant. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right, now I feel boring. I hope you're happy. So yeah, I can just mutually check all the collisions, and that's just... Yeah. But now I'm thinking, here, let me pull out a little spreadsheet to try and illustrate what I'm thinking here. So, oh, shut up. Okay, there we go. Microsoft is complaining about my totally legitimate university copy of Excel not being legit. So we're going to have player. There we go. We're going to have a player. And we're going to have box 1. We're going to have box 2. And we'll just you know, box... There we go. That's enough to do the example that I'm talking about. See, most of these checks are going to be absolutely worthless. Crap. Okay. So here's the checks I actually need to do. I need to check to see if player is colliding with box 1, 2, and 3. I need to check to see if box 1 is colliding with box 2 and 3. I need to see if box 3 is colliding with box 2. So, if I make this matrix, I'm going to be like oversizing this by a lot. I just lost 2 people just talking about matrices. That's... Okay, whatever. I got to keep going anyway. So, how do I change this so that it makes more sense? I want to do a thing where I can... well, first off, what is this number going to be? If I've got 3 objects, this looks like 3 factorial. And then I need to go work backwards and actually map out what 3 factorial looks like. Are you serious? I'm competing against literally watching plants grow? I am competing against watching grass grow. My god, I feel terrible now. I'm really that boring. Okay, whatever. Just... Come on, guys. The marijuana will be there. It's legalizing like every freaking state. I'm in Florida, and I'm expecting it to be legal in like 2 years or something. It'll be there, guys. I know a guy. I can introduce you to a guy. You don't have to go watch it on the internet. I don't think putting my channel at risk of copyright claims from The Tonight Show is going to help me at all. Well, I'm actually impressed that whatever those icons are showing up in the chat on OBS. Oh, his car show or whatever? I don't know. I don't keep up with those guys. Okay. So what I can do is I can just naively just create this entire matrix and waste the majority of the space. I could probably get away with trimming this row and this column to make it only 3 by 3 if there's 4 objects. So how about... Thing is, how big is a bowl? Like in terms of size? Do I need to really be worrying about how to do this efficiency? Because the space that I save, I'm going to end up having to do math to back calculate what I'm doing anyway, so it's probably not even worth it. Bull C size. It's like 1 bit, right? It's 1 byte. What? Oh, that is super depressing. I'm wasting a byte per. And if I'm doing, let's say I'm doing like 100 objects. So that's like 100 times 100. Actually, we're thinking about going to 150 bytes to kilobytes. I'm taking up 22.5 kilobytes on what should be, what should it be? This should be like less than 3 kilobytes, and if I store it the way I want to store it, it's going to end up being 22.5. Yeah. The thing is, I want to save time on the physics calculation, because what's going to end up happening is super redundant. Oh, wait, here. What's going to end up happening is that I'm going to be the player, and I'm going to check against everyone. And then box 1 is going to check against the player and everyone else. And then box 2 is going to check against everyone. And really, it's just like, I've doubled my calculations in the physics. I will check that out later, because I'm morbidly curious. But for this bool thing, that means, essentially, what I'd have to do is I'd have to calculate all the bools and then encode them. Like you said. You know what? Maybe I can do this naively. I am targeting 60 frames per second, which means I gotta cut down on the computation time, which is why I would love to have more memory. I would love to use a RAM card or something. Okay, granted, but I'm literally, like, multiplying the space I need by 8 if I'm trying to store all these bools the way I am. But that's 23 kilobytes out of how much? What's the total RAM I have to work with? What's a working RAM on a Saturn without a RAM card? It's like a megabyte, right? It's not a lot. I think 4 megabytes at best. So yeah, it's not an insignificant chunk. I'm literally taking up like 2 to 3% of my RAM just working on a collision physics basics. And if I end up doing a thing where it's like I load the level objects, then I could very well have a number of level objects that are like it's like when you do your mesh. The way I was planning on doing it is I was going to load one room at a time as an object, or something like that. So the collisions are going to get even more cumbersome. You know what? For now, yeah. Let's not try to do some memory wizardry. Let's store it as a what's the number I've got? What's my magic number? 200 game objects. Let's do a 200 by 200 collision matrix. So it's gonna be bool, collision matrix, 200, 200. Completely destroy my freaking memory. Oh, viewer number 7's back. I would love if you chatted for like anything. Just type in chat, say you're alive. Okay. Use rendering. Yeah, so I realized that I'm working with limited memory, and that's what you sign up for when you work on these old machines, the old consoles. You know, you'll never need more than 64 kilobytes, so why bother putting more in the machine? Oh dang it, he's gone. So since I'm dealing with a very limited amount of space, I have to make sacrifices here and there to make sure I keep my frame rate up. Frame rate is paramount. This is a first-person thing. There's going to be, you know, active time, you know, real-time combat. I want 60. I'm not compromising on 60. I don't care if it looks like crap. It has to be crap at 60. So, yeah, computations on a minimum, and just if I run out of memory, I'll just make the game look uglier. Okay. And reuse the crap out of textures. Everything's gonna look the same, but it's gonna look the same smoothly. So we got a 200 by 200 collision matrix. Oh my god. Well, it's for the number of objects. I have potentially 200 objects, the way I have things structured. So, what I'm gonna do is I can either do it like this, or I can build the collision matrix in such a way that it's a collision vector, where I will do the collision calculation for everyone independently. I have the solution. Collision vector, collision vector, collision vector. I got it. Okay, so either way, I really should not have closed that Excel file. I have to do that diagonal thing. I have to do n factorial collision checks. So when I'm checking to see if box 2 collides with box 3, if they collide, I can flip on that collision to true. And then that'll be it. The collision will be true for both of them. So collision collision index 2, collision index 3 will both register true, and then I won't have to redo that thing. And if I have a true collision, I can just stop checking. So in this case, what I'm saying is that anytime I make a collision at all, I run the stop function, and it just stops. And I think that logic should be able to hold long term, because if you're hitting something, I think I can get it to just stop without any momentum, because I don't think I'm going to be doing a lot of advanced physics on the freaking Sega Saturn. So, anytime something collides with anything, it's just going to stop. And then it'll have to redo inputs on the next frame. And I think I can be happy with that. So, index 0 for the collision matrix is the player, which means this has to be 201 actually. So then I'm just going to do a universal check to see, is this guy colliding at all? Is collide all can then be a void return. Doesn't need to return at all. And this is just going to be, everyone. So, is collide all? Yeah, no arguments. Void. This will run on its own. So first is rough collide. Did I even write that yet? Or have I just been BSing this whole time? Yeah, I've been BSing this whole time. Is rough collide. Check if rough colliding with objects. So then we're going to take Where's my game object? I gotta take in a game object here. Yeah, we'll just take this. Position. I realize that I've written a bunch of functions here, and I have no idea how many errors I'm gonna have to check before I compile this again. But I'm in this deep, so I can't even go back anymore. Okay, so we're going to be checking object ID's position. Object ID's position, yeah, I had to think there for a second. And then fixed is going to also be a position. Plus radius. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just getting into being able to fix everything at once, and then all of a sudden I realized, hey, there's no way I didn't make a mistake somewhere. Let's see where we go. This is friggin'... Okay. That's gonna be my distance, and if... Actually, a Boolean can return conditional, right? So this greater than... If this distance is greater than, or this distance is less than or equal to 0.1's rough radius plus, where's my rough radius? Rough radius, literally just that. R radius, index 0. Okay, and that's my return statement. This will evaluate either true or false, and whatever it returns, it returns. Yeah, I still can't... did you ever figure out how the DSP could switch between code structures without having to do something stupid? Was it what I figured, where it's like you just have to set up a flag somewhere in memory and just write to memory so that it can check on its own? Okay, so it's kind of parallel, but not really, but mostly was the problem with the DSP. So for those of you that don't know, the DSP is this special processor or segment of a processor in the Saturn that can do 3 commands at a time that you have to write in assembly. Actually, it's like 6 commands at a time. So you have to write in assembly. You can only do 6 commands at a time. It can only do like 256... What is this crap? None of that. None of these lyrics. So you can do like 256 instructions, and each of those instructions can be like 6 commands that are individual and different. And what you end up doing is doing something highly parallel that's separate from the other processors. So you kind of tell it where to work, and it'll do its thing, and then you come back and check on it later to see what it's done. Yeah. So like... the synchronization problem is very real, so keep that in mind. But presumably, if you're Game Hut or one of those other guys that are like really good at using the Saturn, you can get it to work in your favor pretty well. It's mostly supposed to be used for, I think, what am I thinking of? I think it's supposed to be used for light stuff, like calculating ray tracing or whatever. At least that's what I remember reading. I want to get into it, but it's not practical right now. See, Ponut figured it out, so eventually I'll steal his secrets, and then I'll talk about it on stream, and then you guys can know. That's what I figured. I mean, anytime you talk about parallel processing, it's application specific. Okay. So, is collide all? So first off, I'm gonna... Okay, let's define some radii. So there's going to be rough radius 1 is equal to 1, I guess. Bit shifted 16. I'll just make it 0. We start at 0 and we loop it all the way to there's 200. We start. Okay, let's start at -1. -1 is a player, and then 0 through 200, or 0 through 199 is going to be the actual the actual boxes that I'm spawning. And yeah, just like that, we're back to 7. Maybe I could start beating out that weed plant that's growing live on air or whatever. So if ID D1 is less than 0, that means we're talking about the player. And the player's rough radius, let's just call it half a meter. Actually, no, rough radius, let's say you're 1.8 meters tall, so rough radius should be 0.9. So what's 0.9? 0.9 times 2 to the 15. Yes. 2 to the 15 or 2 to the 16? There we go. 5898.3. $58.98. 58983. Okay, there we go. And this is 0.9 fixed. I mean, is that a bad thing though? Like, I would definitely probably put a few potheads to sleep just doing this crap. This is not very exciting stuff up until I get things running again. Else, and we're just gonna pull in. We know the entity is gonna be 0, so we're just gonna do rough radius 0. Rough radius 2 is equal to rough radius 0. Okay, there we go. Oh no, run. 1. Over here, rough radius 2, rough radius 0. Like an object. Compare objects. Let's take this is rough collide. We don't need rough radius 2. Why did I define it? We're not using it. Let me just call it rough radius. Was I not? Am I not? What's going on? I'm confused. What do you mean? Oh, you! Okay, I'm getting tired. I can't even catch up on this stuff. I'm totally lost. Okay. We don't need rough radius 2. We have a rough radius. So, rough radius is just going to be RR. And then we are going to need a point. We're going to need a starting point. So this could be a fix, point, XYZ. And if we have the player's fixed point, then the point is going to be, we'll just pass by reference whatever input is input included? Yes. So what does input have for the player's position? Oh, just position. We'll just pass it by reference. And if not, we're going to take the object. I need to get some object references here. Okay, object.position. There we go. And the destination is actually going to be ID 1. That's going to be our point. So we're going to do point, rough radius, ID 2. Okay. So we're gonna do bool collide hold is equal to false. I'll just declare it. Okay, let me just copy it here, and then I'll enforce it for every guy here. Collide hold is equal to this. Okay. So, if collide hold happens, we are going to set, let me see, where's my collision, collision matrix? There we go, collision matrix. Well, this is more like a collision. I'm just going to call this collision master. This is Sonic Generations remix from mini game. No, it's the 2D player race from Sonic 3. I remember that. Wait. So wait, was I missing something that I probably should have had on the Twitch channel? It seems like the fact that I'm not tagged as programming and game programming seems like a big deal. Okay, because it wasn't a thing when I started, or I probably would have done it, unless I just blatantly missed it. I don't know. I'm bad at Twitch. Hold. And then ID2 can stay as is. Wait, no, I don't have to fix that. I have to fix that, though. Then ID2 is on the same basis, so ID2 also needs to be fixed like that. Okay, so what's going to happen is that I'm going to set collide hold equal to false, and then if I'm checking the player, I reinforce the player's rough radius, and if not, then I just use whatever rough radius is defined for the entity. And right now we're just forcing all entities to entity 0, which is the one box that we have. And positions are what they are, so this position is player position. Object position is exactly what it is, position of the object. And then we do something similar. Well, we just go directly to, is it colliding? With whatever we did, is it colliding with object at ID2? And if it is, then we set collide hold to true. If collide hold is true, then we can flip these flags over here and here. And then we can go about our merry way. And this will filter through everyone. And then once everyone has some sort of collision flag checked, then we will know what's going on. Which means at the beginning of this whole thing, I have to set... Is there a quick and easy way in C to set an entire array to 0 or false or what have you? Or do I have to do this in a for loop? Reset collide master. Or is it collision master? So how do I set an entire 201 element array? Yeah, there we go. I want to set this whole array to false. But then I'd have to write false like 200 times. Let me see if there's a quick and easy way. C set whole array to 0. That's for a declaration. Yeah, outside of a declaration. Okay, whatever. I can't do it. So, let's just do a for loop. For int ID equals 0. ID less than 201. ID plus plus. Collision master ID is equal to false. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna slow things down a tiny bit. But whatever. So we're going to reset the collision master, then we're going to loop through everything in factorial time. So we're going to start with the player compared to all the boxes, and then start with the first box compared to all the boxes after that. So if we're on box 150, we're going to check 50 boxes after him. And then every time we check, we're going to flip a flag. And then we won't have any redundant pairs checked, and then we will know if everyone is colliding. So that should make sense. But wouldn't I be constantly moving around where the collision master is in memory that way? I think at some point I should actually dedicate specific portions of memory, specific memory addresses to certain things. And that way, I can make really, really tight spacing of what I plan on using. Right. You know what? I think it's about time I tried compiling. Of course. Let's see how bad it is. Collision.c starting at line 15. Invalid initializer. I should be initializing like so. Probably. Okay. What else? 20. That shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. Oh, that can be there. That shouldn't be there. Oh, okay. Okay, that narrowed it down a fair bit. Okay, line 24. Distance shadows a global function. Does it? Let me call it dist F. Oh, because the name of the function is dist. And, okay, I get it. I get it. It's all Hedgehog music, and Hedgehog music gets very diverse because like they have tracks for everything. I just clear off anything that has lyrics with it, and then anything that is blatantly annoying. But no, this is all sorry. This is all Sonic the Hedgehog and Phantasy Star stuff because this is what doesn't get copyright claimed. Yeah, this is from Sonic and the Secret Rings. I think this is the dinosaur level. I basically have all these guys just in my head somewhere. Okay. Alright, we're taking care of errors one at a time. Distamax undeclared. Wait, why is this even still in here? Doesn't need to be in there. Distamax doesn't need to be in there either. We're not maxing distance here. Yeah, so that's there. I would like to get to the point where I can see the top and bottom of the warning list at the same time. Declaration of position, shadows of global. Oh, that's interesting. Input 20. But that's been there. That's always been there. What's the problem? Who's overriding him? Oh, collision. Collision also has something wrong there. 13 and game object and 9. Let's see. Collision. Okay. So collision somehow got loaded first, and now it's arguing with input. That means who did it first? Who's got position? Player position. Yeah. Okay, let me go ahead and fix that now so that it stops being a player problem. PL position. Well, let me just call it cam. Now PL is fine. It's player. It's always going to be player. It's a first-person game. PL position. Oh boy. Let me just figure out all the things that are about to break. Oh, I can already tell this is just going to be magical. Oh, there we go. There's another one. In add relative position. I'm guessing input.h has, well, no, that's there. It means over here, that's there. Okay, well, that's not a problem. These I want to be careful with anything like that. Crap. Nope. 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 I think I got them all. Oh, I didn't get them all. Yeah. Got me. Alright, let's just double check everything. Object position, object position, object position, player position. There we go. Camera position. So this is Bingo Highway from Sonic Heroes. Game object has a position. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's part of the struct. That's supposed to be there. Does anyone call position outright? Ah, here. In collision.c. Point is equal to PL position. 116. And that's it. Spring Birdie. That's a name I haven't seen in a while. Alright. Ah, I can see the list in its entirety. My draw, position. Oh, we missed one. Everything came down to just that one position variable. I don't know why that fixed it, because I feel like I need to fix at least something else in order for that to be fixed, but whatever. 104. Minus player position. Alright. Come on. Oh. Oh, okay, there we go. Found a whole new... Okay, now we're getting deeper into this. Line 67 on collision C. We have to figure out what's wrong with pole. So this is a weird way of setting everything up. So entity has... let me open up Z-Stream files. Oh, it's not in here. Is it load model.h? Where is entity? Entity. There we go, entity. Entity has an object called pole, and it is XP data. Okay. So that pole, apparently we can have multiple of these. So we're doing pole. Are you sure that pole is multiple? This guy. Are you sure this needs to be like this? What's wrong with NB point? Oh. Okay. I don't know if that's going to fix all these other guys, but let's try it. '67. Request remember pole is something not a structure or a union. Maybe this. Maybe this needs to be like an and. Or we'll do it like that. I still can't get a handle over the proper way of handling these guys. Something else is wrong here. Request remember NB point. Are you sure NB point is part of poll? And also, are you sure that poll is an array like that? Well, I mean, yeah, it is an array. We saw the array. This is getting a little bit annoying. Does it break on line 67? It does not. Okay, that's the right way of doing it. That means we can start moving on to, getting it where you? Yeah, you. Yep. Okay. Let's see where else it pops up. Okay, 78. Invalid L value in assignment. What? These guys should be, These guys should be, fixed 3... These guys should be fixed 3 vectors. The tab? What do you mean the tab? Like bring this up here? No, C doesn't work like that. No, the C is agnostic to spacings and tabs like stuff like that. It shouldn't have to do with the tab. Look, I'll try compiling again, but it's not going to work like that. C just does not work like that. Still gonna, yeah, it's not the tab, it's something else. You gotta figure out what, though. So, poll, if we go back, poll is what? Poll is XP data. So if we go back and look at P data, poll has a point. Point is not the same thing as... I don't think point is the same thing as fixed. The variable dist. What do you mean the variable? No, it's dist is no longer variable. It's a function. So if we look at this thing, oh shoot! Why? Why? Yeah, it's not even declared. What was I doing? Fixed distance equals this. Oh, it's equals 0. Let's write out distance explicitly. Way more obvious than that. Okay, line 93. We can finally move on. Okay, what's your problem? Why you got a problem with me? Is it because that looks right? That looks right. What's wrong? Comparison between pointer and integer. Oh. Wait. Who's a pointer? This is this distance function should return with what? It should return with a fixed. It should give me a fixed, which I guess it considers an integer, whatever. And then P, the blah, 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 that's... This should not be XYZ. This should just be that. That was wrong. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix that over here too. Shouldn't be a vector. Okay, 117. We can move on down. Point is equal to player position. Okay, pass by reference. That shouldn't be incompatible types. Oh, come on. They're the same freaking thing. I made player position. Player position is a fixed. It's a fixed 3 vector. And then you, point, are also a fixed 3 vector. Well, that's just irritating. Okay, let's pass by value then. See, MATLAB has ruined me. I'm so used to the convenience of just making vectors equal to each other. Alright, that'll do it. Who's left? 124. Point position. Yep, same freaking thing. I'm gonna make an array copy function just to get rid of that crap. Alright, let's do the same thing. X, or Y, Z, Y, X. $130. Okay, we can move on. $130. What's wrong with you? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What's your problem? Point num undeclared? Isn't it? ID2 should be num object. Okay. Yeah, undeclared, and then 142. Let me just skip ahead to that. Dist max undeclared. Why is dist max even here? Why is any of that here? There should be no return. Oh, because I copied the logic over. Whoops. Oh crap! It's worked. Oh, never mind. Oh, it's just Sigwin being stupid. I think it might be working now. Wait, size of works on points? That's interesting. Oh, no, because point is a type, not an array. Okay. What am I testing? Just that it compiles? Well, it still acts the same way that I set up. So, things are falling. They're falling slowly. Well, I mean, I assume the I use basically vanilla whatever package Joe Engine came up with. So it comes with its own compiler. I'm assuming it's using Sigwin as a compiler. That's its version of GCC through Sigwin. I'm just using the exact tools that Joe Engine is using. First off, because when I started, I had absolutely no comfort level in developing my own tool set. And second, it's nice to have you know, if people want to follow along, which is why I put my my GitHub link on every YouTube recap. GitHub, just downloading my GitHub, my project via GitHub and putting it in the project folder of Joe Engine's default download. Everything should just work. I don't have a super... No. I'm trying to stay with default tool sets. The most important thing for me not only is that I'm able to use something reliable. I don't want to have to build my own tools if someone else has already done a better job, and they almost always will have done a better job. But also, it needs to be reproducible. I want other people to be able to just compile my code without a massive headache. Well, I mean, if he is, he's taking credit for it, because at every compile statement, it says, you know, created by Joe Q editor or something like that. I feel like that seems a bit excessive, but also the compiler itself, the compiler needs to work for SH2. So I don't think there's been Okay, yeah, okay. The compiler needs to work for SH2. I don't think there's been any new work in SH2 to support new stuff, so I don't think you really need a new compiler to support old hardware. I think it makes more sense to use an old compiler for old hardware. That just kind of just follows for me. Let me get a drink real quick. 2-minute break. Shane, was that you? Huh. Oh, okay, thanks. Right. So, stop function. I need a stop function. It needs to be part of game objects. So let me create. I know there's a problem I faced earlier on one of my side projects. On that note, I did announce that I was going to release something last weekend, and I forgot to because I got super busy. But I'm trying to make these. I'm off on a tangent now, so just follow me. I'm making just like a clone of Pong and maybe a clone of a few other things, and releasing the code along with it as a separate project. So I'm not going to be doing that on stream because then I can actually focus on getting something done on time, and the stream is really slow paced. So at some point, eventually, I will release Pong, and then maybe Arkanoids, and then maybe Snake, and then maybe something else like Tetris, in my own legally distinct, non-copyright infringing way, so that you guys can look at the codes of some easily reproducible games and just be able to run with that. All 2D stuff, because 3D is just a headache. So look forward to that at some point. That was the announcement I had last week when I had to cancel for work, because work got in the way of the stream, because, you know, life priorities and stuff. Right now, what I wanted to say is, during one of my side projects, which that was one of, I ran into a problem where too many functions were causing my code not to compile, and that has to do with the fact that the main processor is an SH2, which is just a fundamentally distinct beast from what everyone has in their computers right now, which is like x64. So if I add this function and it doesn't compile, it's probably because I've reached the limit of functions. So this is stop. So my stopping point for tonight is making sure that I can stop blocks, and blocks can stop each other, but not necessarily that the player can be stopped, because that's a whole different set of logic, and it's already like past midnight my time. I've been on the stream 4 hours. Throat's dry. I'm a little bit tired. Kind of feel like playing Dreamcast really after listening to all this crap. I got a Chow Garden back on my VMU. I got some fresh CR 2032s. I want to go on a Chow adventure while I go walking tomorrow. Yeah, I don't feel like I like, maybe there's some minor things to gain from using an updated GCC, but really I think most of what there is to gain is going to be me coding better and not me having a better compiler. I don't think it's worth the effort of changing up my tool set. I'm going to try and work with what I got right now. The Z-Stream tools that I have right now is enough for me to try and jury-rig level editing. You've given me sound code already, which is on Shrek. If anyone wants to check out Ponut64's contribution, there is a method of playing sound, audio, and music loops with, inside a Joe engine. So those, and obviously Joe Engine natively supports just controller support, and we've got game logic, and I'm working on the physics, and collision, we'll see if it can work, which means we're on our way. We already have all the tools we need to make the game. We just have to make it. Stops game object. We're going to change the velocity. Equals 0. This is the music from the Chaos Fight in Sonic Adventure, which is what I want to be playing soon, if possible. This is a pretty basic level function. Let me put it up near the top. Okay, I feel good about that. Yeah, well, eventually I will get around to like writing out all the comments on it, and I'll ask you on Discord about which notes need to stay and which need to go. But as it stands, the code works on Shrek. We're talking about the code on Shrek, the sound demo code. So it works, and if someone really wants to figure it out, they can try and figure it out beyond with the notes that we've provided, which is already probably sufficient. If that's misleading, then we should get rid of it, yeah. Hey, stupid comments are better than no comments. It's better to be excessive than not to give any information at all. My biggest obstacle whenever I'm doing anything is there's no documentation, and people are like, oh, just go look at this. But it's really hard to find out what this is that they're looking at, because you have to track down in some ancient form or some place you weren't thinking of looking to find out where it is. It's like when you found the documentation for the SH2 processor, I had no idea where you even got that. I didn't know what to even look for it. Okay, so we got a basic stop function. In the collision, let's run void halt collided. I do have something like that. I have the Shrek, which is it's one of the links. It's in the description, either here or on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube. The Saturn homebrew example code repository or something like that. Saturn homebrew repository for example code, Shrek. There we go. And there's links here. There's links in the description on Twitch. Links in the description on YouTube. It's supposed to be a compilation of all example codes and explanations for how they work. And it's like me taking notes on things I need to remember. And also, it's supposed to be helpful for anyone that's trying to get into his stuff. Yeah, that too. Yeah, and there is a centralized document resource for all that stuff. Like, I think I have it open actually. Where is it? Not that. Not that. Saturn doc. There we go. This guy. So if this isn't linked, I'll link it in the description later. This is where we get all the documentation for the Saturn hardware, what it's capable of, the manuals for SGL, SBL, DSP assembly, etc., etc. Yeah, I got to back up on my Google Drive. I work out of my Google Drive actually. So when I do the stream, I halt Google Drive syncing, I work on this stuff, I go to Git, I upload the Git commit, and then I resync, and that way I have Git has a backup of my code, Google Drive has a backup of my documentation and my code. Thanks, Shane. That's helpful. Okay, so yeah, back to this. Halt collided. We're gonna loop through everyone, and if they've collided, we're gonna stop them. Right, let me just call it stop collided. Stops objects that have collisions. So let's loop through for ID equals 0, and then we're going to loop through ID less than num object ID plus plus. Basic for loop. Afterwards, we're going to return. Good coding practice. You should have a return statement if you're not returning anything. Where's Collide Master? Collision Master. There we go. Gotta add 1 to the collision. If Collision Master ID plus 1 evaluates to true, then we're going to stop ID. All right, I'm okay with that. So, what I need to do is in my main loop. Main logic loop, okay. So we're gonna apply accelerations, and then we're gonna check for collisions. Is collide all? There we go. And then after is collide all. What is this? What is this music? This is terrible. This is going. Yeesh. Okay. So, is collide all? We're there. We've checked everything's collided. So, collide master has been updated. Now we're going to stop the collided. Okay. So we apply the acceleration, and the acceleration is applied. That means everyone's velocity has been updated. So is collide all So the way I have the logic set up here, because we're checking collision with current position and we're not doing any sort of projecting of velocity, these collisions are potentially going to have boxes inside of each other if they're going fast enough, which I don't think they will be. So in reality, we're probably going to see boxes stopping just above each other because this is rough collision and not smooth collision. Assuming it works. So check everyone for collisions. This updates the collision master. We're going to stop the collision, stop any objects that are determined to be colliding. And we're going to update all object positions. So, let's try it. And if this works, I think that's going to be it for the day. This is not the song I'm going out on tonight. What is this crap? ESU again. Stop that. Get something energy-like. There we go. So, okay. Box. Box. Oh! Okay. I'm not sure if you guys got what was going on there, but these two boxes are too close to each other, so they stopped each other's collisions because the rough collision triggered. So In practice, what's going to happen is that the rough collision is going to trigger a smooth collision detection. So the collision is working. And now we're going to follow these boxes down, and that top box should stop above the bottom box. As soon as I get a guarantee from the makers of Unreal Tournament that they're not going to sue me and claim my video. Up! Rough collision works. So, okay, obviously this is not real, this is not real collision in terms of, this is not what a game should act like. But this is the first stepping stone. So, I have it so that, here, let me actually do one more for you. I'm going to go underneath this guy and stop him from moving. So he can't move through me because he's checking me for collision. He's checking to see if I'm colliding with him. If I lower myself, he's going to go back and fall down on top of me after a certain point. But what we're doing is we're setting up a collision framework where... There he is, see? On the top of the frame. So we're setting up a collision framework where everyone's checking if they're rough colliding with each other. Once we have rough collision down, we're saying, okay, we know we're rough colliding with each other. We're in close enough range where we should actually check face by face if we're really colliding. And that's where we're going to bring in separate access theorem or bounding boxes, whatever is more convenient. And then we're going to do a real collision check, and if we're actually colliding, then we're going to stop each other. And if not, like if we're just sliding next to each other, we're going to keep on sliding. And this is what's going to be useful for us if I'm going to say, if I want to build a room, I only want to load one room at a time. The room can have like 50 objects or so in it. And I'll run around in the room and I'll be colliding with different things. But then I go into the next room is going to be another 50 objects. I'll unload the previous room. And as long as I'm not within rough collision distance of most things, I won't have to calculate most collisions. I'm only going to have to calculate a handful of collisions at a time when I'm within the collision distance. Yeah, I like where we're at today. I like that I can sink down and have a box fall on top of my head, and I can see it in frame. Today was a good day for the month of collision, which is now 2 months of collision. The month of collision is extending into May. I will be going to conferences in May. I will be going on a visiting role as a scientist in a national lab in June and July. So the schedule is going to be bumpy. I will tell you guys, as always, on Twitter ahead of time, whether or not I'm going to be streaming that day on a Friday night. There's going to be parts of the next few months where I'm going to be in a different time zone, and I'm going to see if I can stream in a different time zone, or if not, I'll let you guys know. In all likelihood, I should be able to stream at least a few times. It's going to be in a different time zone, so the time is going to change. When I'm back in Florida, I'll be back on the normal 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. I think next time we're going to try and switch the logic over to have rough collision trigger a smooth collision detection, do a smooth collision algorithm, and see if I can't get the boxes to neatly stack on top of each other. Or whatever you guys want, I don't care. Oh yeah, so yeah, every time I do one of these streams, I upload that day's stream to YouTube. It usually takes me like a week because I'm lazy and I got other things to do. But that stream link on YouTube will have the GitHub for that specific stream, or what I get to at the end of it, the end result of that stream, so you can look at the code after I'm done with it, after watching like 4 hours of me like stumbling, with Ponut's help, of obviously, and Shane giving me tech support backup. So yeah, if you want to, you can see my entire history. I probably have like 20 hours of content now of me just rambling on a mic. I'll see you guys next Friday unless something happens. You know, my schedule's crazy like that. Yeah, Shane's in control of my my text right now, so Emerald Nova Games right now is Shane. But yeah, I think this is it for the day. I think I'm done. I've accomplished more than what I set out to do. I was ready to give up after I got physics working because I didn't feel like I wanted to try and do collisions, because I figured it would take too long. But, you know, 4 hours, 20 minutes in, we're done. So, thanks to everyone in the stream, mostly to Ponut, also to Millennium Shane for basically making sure the stream is marketable. I'll see you guys next week. Good night.